I stand by that argument.
Oh, hang on now. It is nighttime, and sometimes the VIP members get a little quirked up.
Snickers, not family.
To get this one made. Also, this one's new. Oh shit! You act like I have your string turned up from D&D. Are you? I know, you're so good.
Up, nerd.
Bob.
Oh no, I needed to go to the craft store. Yep, craft store. Paints.
You got some good shit?
I was looking for, so what took
Yeah,
really
you
took
can't say
the most
that.
of the time was, well, they can't hear it, but what really took the most amount of time was I was looking for magnetic sheets to store my miniatures that I was working. Yes, but I'm painting rocks.
Ah,
I got to get my rock. No, I need to get my rocks off. So
god damn it, Bob. I don't know. I think what you said is frowned upon in at least 10 countries.
Well, it depends. How many countries speak?
Yes.
As a first or second language?
Second, as long as they can understand the beauty of the pun, right? Ah.
Any country to learn.
And the United States is the only one that doesn't require you to learn anything else.
God damn right.
Some state actually.
Well, yeah, but I'm actually surprised that Texas education requires us to take so many courses of a second language.
California, you have to take.
The thing is, I can understand California
Why wouldn't you understand Texas?
because Texas.
Right, but you're still sharing a massive amount of landmass. Makes sense for. They say language, but you should really. Makes sense. Geography.
Ah, we don't learn geography.
I don't need English. I'm not going to England.
Exactly.
It better be a hamburger hot dog gun.
So did you tell chat that we moved the Monster Hunter Wilds conversation to cat chat? Did you hear that James Gunn is open to making a DC equivalent of Marvel Rivals?
They don't need to. They have Injustice. Make Injustice. Did they not learn this lesson?
What
Do I have to teach you this lesson, old man?
What is the value that mankind holds into the highest regard? And this is from a book, and it makes a lot of sense. But the answer is timeliness. That's not a value. That's just a material good. That is fucking. But timeliness. No one cares. Nobody cares about the second person on Mars or on the moon. No one cares about the second person to discover America. It's the first. And if you ain't first, you're last. Exactly.
Level 1 playthrough?
Why am I getting involved?
Steve, we're doing
What?
a no-hit co-op run. One of us gets hit, we have to restart the beginning.
Sounds terrible.
Yeah. No. I don't have the energy to come up with anything witty to combat that. Just no.
Come on, I'm sure all options.
Just play Monster Hunter. Just play Monster Hunter Wilds no hit run. Someone actually did it for Worlds. Was it Ganta? That's right. Because like there was one fight where he was like he nearly finished it, but got hit like for one tick of damage. Prophet Gratson completed major order. Yep. Democratic. No, Friday. Technically Thursday
Later,
night.
Gator.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Have fun.
Again! Hello, chat. How's it going? I see that chat has observed. They have noticed. But, you know, it might help if I opened like literally any channel. Looking? Yes, as you should. Here you go. Definitely takes it a second sometimes to do that transition. Here is today's art piece. Oh, sorry, this is yesterday's art piece. Let me adjust. I forgot to change that. Give it a second. My repository has to load. Sorry, let me turn it down a little bit as well. There we go. There's today's art piece. Huzzah! Okay, so here's today's art. Go give the artist some love. And I think we're good on every other front. All right, so yeah, chat. I told you guys, like for those of you guys that didn't know, Kaido has basically been like drawing this stuff for me. So it's like he's been going through quite a bit of in like just personal life turmoil. I had talked about this a while back, but Kaido's the guy that basically helped me. He's won several of the art contests for me, and he ended up kind of helping me redesign Aurelia after my original artist retired, basically from the scene. And so he has handled her character sheet and stuff. But Kaido himself has had like basically all sorts of like real world strife. He basically had like spinal tuberculosis happen to him, and he wasn't sure he was ever gonna like walk again. So he's been like recovering from that. He's actually done like, I think he's done a stellar job. He keeps saying it's like super slow for him, but he's recovered almost entirely from the surgery after like a year. And yeah, he's done an absolutely outstanding piece for us here. I've been really trying to get him to do another piece for me for a while, but he's got like a backlog of other people that he needed to do, and so like finally he kind of sat down and said like, yeah, let me try to finish your piece here real fast. And this was the idea. I've been sitting on this idea for quite a while. It's basically if you guys don't know the reference, we played the song right at the beginning of stream though of Row Row Fight the Power. It's Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. Basically Yoko Littner in the series, because it's just it just goes like a mile a minute as God, what's the studio responsible for it, chat? Why can I not think of their name? I keep wanting to say Shaft. I know it's not Shaft. Gainax and Trigger. Yeah, so like Studio Trigger, basically Trigger always has like crazy space shit, and everything like starts going insane in all of their animes. So same thing with Tengen Toppa. The show starts out with them basically underground, living almost as like mole people, and then it ends up by the end of it with them like assaulting the fucking heavens and like going ape shit with like their technology. So like towards the end of it, you basically get Space Yoko, as everybody is familiar, and it's definitely a very nice design. So I was like, you know what? Let's do Space Yoko, but Aurelia, and we'll change the colors around a bit. And kind of also added the dog and gave him the Kamina glasses as well. So I thought that worked out perfectly. Fighting the intergalactic spirals, that's right. But yeah, so I thought this one turned out really freaking well. I gotta give major props to my man Kaito, so if you guys haven't already, definitely make sure you check it out. I'll go ahead and pin it in the chat. That is the, obviously it's not today's artwork, but it is the artwork you guys will probably see on stream here for a hot second. Let me grab it from over here as well so I can throw it on YouTube. Is this Shia LaBeouf? Hello, Choi. How's it going? Quiet. There we go. All right, now it's pinned in both chats. But yeah, it is a let's go with that. Okay. But so chat, how was everybody's weekend? I didn't stream yesterday at all. I started out doing some chores, got like all the light bulbs in the house changed, which really needed it, and did a couple of other things. And then played some Rivals yesterday. And actually, I was sitting there, I was like watching several people in VIP play ranked, and just kind of like trying to give pointers to some of them that were struggling through it. And from there, I think I ended up I tried to watch the Sonic 3 movie, but there's like, I think it's on Paramount Plus, and that's the only place that it is, so I still couldn't find a place to watch it. And then so when that failed, I basically said, like, you know what, let's go back, let's play some Kingdom Come Deliverance. I got some free time here, basically. So let's kind of see what's going on. And I started playing it again. I was having a blast actually with it. Like, it's a little bit tough to figure out what to do, but I think that's what we'll probably do later on in the stream today. The final phase of pre-building my first PC. Nice. Yeah, right now, chat, I'm actually already done with the NA event. I finished it Friday, I believe, and we've kind of just been sitting there done ever since. So I've just been kind of going back in, doing my 3 runs a day in Mictlan here, and trying to farm out some more whatchamacallits. Basically some more sun scales. My friends really enjoyed your class score guide. Good. I'm glad that it's helpful to people. I appreciate everybody spreading the love around and sending it off to their friends. We didn't have a video today. Okayist edited a video for me, but I basically sent him back to the drawing board on that and said, like, okay, we need to make some changes. So there was none today. We'll probably try to get. I'm gonna record. Of course, it broke the capture card. I'm gonna try to record a guide for Chaldea Boys for you guys today. That'll probably be tomorrow's video, and then we'll have a couple other videos I think that we'll be releasing this week. So hope you guys stay tuned on the YouTube side of things. I watch wrestling. I see. Do you like wrestling? Oh, you watch it on Sunday. I got you. Elephant first K-scope in 2,800 days. Nice. Went on a date. Won't be seeing her again. Wasn't much fun. Personalities didn't vibe. Good weekend, though. Yeah, I got like 2 girls that I'm talking to right now, and I'm just not sure that I want to pull the trigger on either of them. Like, it's... I get that entirely. That's entirely my idea here is, like, usually to me... And, like, it's really funny because on these dating apps, I feel like a lot of women, they just want you to, like, ask them out and take them on a date right away. And I'm like, no. I'm like, I'm a discerning individual. I'm going to talk to you first. I'm going to make sure I'm not, like, taking a psychopath out on a date or somebody that's just going to be extremely rude or off-putting. So it's like, it's literally like an insanity test. And usually if a woman gets triggered right away and they don't have the patience to like talk with somebody, it's usually my sign that like it's 1, they're not the one, and 2, like this is not a good matchup either to begin with. So I've been talking to at least a couple here, but I'm just like, yeah, I don't know that I'm really vibing with them too much. In Kill Team? Wait, what's Kill Team? Cat, do you like jazz? Jazz is fine. My bad. No, it's all good, my dude. I'm in jury limbo of am I needed or not? Yeah, I've been really lucky. I haven't gotten summoned in a few years now. I got summoned when I first went off to college back home here, and I was like, well, sorry, no, I can't. I'm away at college. And then ironically enough, because I had been up in my college town for long enough, and I was registered as like living up there and voting up there, I got summoned up there, and I said, no, sorry, I've changed my address, because I actually had, like, I had moved back home. So it was really, like, funny. I managed to dodge it both times I've gotten summoned for jury duty. I'm sure I'll probably get summoned yet again at some point, but it hasn't happened yet. Are they supposed to tie you to the bed and sharpen their knives on your flesh if you just want to talk to them, Cad? No, it's not that, right? Like, it's more, I don't see the point in going on a date with somebody if I know we don't click, right? And that's usually like, I can kind of tell. Hear me out. And if there's any ladies in the audience tonight, especially if you're single, this is one of the biggest things that I use to determine is, does the woman actually show interest? See, women will think that they show interest all the time, but they don't a lot of the times. Women are very lazy with how they show interest, and they send you like kind of like body signals and stuff like that. But it's like over text, I can't tell a lot of that stuff. So the way you show interest is by actually showing interest and, you know, like, oh, okay, if we're having a conversation, you need to be asking me questions in the same way that like I'm asking you about stuff. If you're not going to ask me anything, I think you're just like not really that interested and you're just looking for like, you know, a free meal at that point. So that's why I kind of just go like, yeah, hey, hold on. If this person's not like able to carry on a conversation, do I need to like pull back? And I think that's just a very valid reason to do so at that point, because it tells me that for better or worse, maybe they're not feeling it either, right? And I think that's fine. I think it just saves everybody time. The B movie. Got to play D&D? Nice. Waited 1 hour and they said they didn't have any cases to select juries, civic duty done. See, that's so weird to me. Because if they don't have any cases for juries, why then are you summoned? Right? Like it seems to me like a waste of resources where like maybe it's an automated process and they just send it. But that does seem really odd. Or maybe it was like they thought a case was going to go to trial, but it like plea bargained out or something, which happens all the time. That is a thing. Change in status, yeah. So it's like I could see that being the case, but yeah, it's really weird if they're just like, hey, we need y'all to come to court. Just kidding, teehee. Summoned in January and pushed it to October, yeah. A Twilight shirt that says vampires over werewolves and they just reject me, also using hot pants and Crocs helps. You gotta be careful. Sometimes they'll go with the crazy person. There's a lot of like analysis done on like who gets chosen for a jury. And a lot of it goes into like your gender, your ethnicity, your profession, your religion, like all that. They know all that info about you usually, and they sit there and they like try to typecast you, which is funny because like obviously it doesn't work all the time. It's like a big thing that they do with that is they'll also try to like observe the jury and like see how they're reacting to various questions and stuff. So I think like one of the big things that you can do is just like look pissed off about everything. Just be like, and then like both sides will just think like, oh man, that juror isn't empathetic to either of our pleas. Like that juror is just like, why am I here? Ask about jury nullification. Yeah. Hey, so what were to happen if I were to like discuss the case outside of the confines of the chambers? Like if I just wanted to tell like my friends that I drink with, you know, like what would happen if like I don't know, like I just hated women, or like I just had like some sort of like prejudice against this type of person. Like, would that be okay? Could I still be on a jury? Could just be like, okay, that person's a psychopath. Don't take him. Judge only based, yeah. No, just like it'd have to be like one of those deals where like they just look at you and they go like, yeah, you're not a benefit to either side at that point. Nice topic to enter stream on. I knew that would get someone. Dad, I don't hate women. Okay, I'm not a misandrist. Wait, no, sorry, misogynist. Misogynist is men hating women, and misandrist is women hating men. You never hear about misandry. It's always like, oh no. There's nobody out there that hates men. It's like, yeah, sure, feminists aren't a thing. I'm sure that's not a thing. Pro misogynist, magic fingers. I see. Supposed to be honest about your prejudice so someone can say those things under oath. You publicly don't want them in the jury. Yeah. I get it, right? Like nobody wants to serve on the jury. But there is like, honestly, I think there's like still kind of some pride of having done it, right? That way you can say like, look, not in the sense like, oh, I had to convict someone, but like in the sense of like, at least I served, I did my due diligence, like that sort of stuff. So it's like more power to people that have actually had to serve on a jury and like had to sit through all that. Because the pay is shit. It basically sets your life back, and you never know if you're going to be the one that's like, you know, like I don't know, like on the equivalent of like the O.J. Simpson trial or something like that, where it's like a big freaking like to do. I didn't know you were such a player. I think a lot of like women look at me and they think he's tall. They think he looks like okay, right? I don't think I'm particularly handsome, but I think like those two things at least get me like a foot in the door. But what obviously like repels most women from me is like all of this. I have natural woman repellent. You're a nerd, yeah. It's really funny too because I've seen like women before that say like, "Oh, I love nerds," like in the sense of I want a guy that's like passionate about something. Because I think unfortunately a lot of women also realize that like some guys just they work their 9 to 5 job, they come home, they want to like sit there, watch TV, and drink a beer, and like that's like the equivalent of their life, and they're just like, "Holy shit, can we do something?" So at least if you have like some sort of hobby or some sort of interest, there's things you can go do, but it's difficult for some women, I assume, basically when their husband just doesn't want to do anything ever. No cat, I'm content. I understand. You'd be surprised how nerdy they are. I mean, it is what it is, right? Like I've at least talked to like one Latina girl in the process of this. I've had a couple of Asian women reach out to me, but unfortunately, I think most of the Asian women that have reached out to me on this app were bots. And you can kind of tell because they don't have like a verified account. And in some cases, the pictures are just actually AI. And you know it. And you're like, okay, you're not real. Like, there was one girl that reached out to me, and I'm trying to remember what it was. It was like she was born in China, she worked in Japan, but somehow she lives in my area and is looking to date. And I was like, none of that makes any sense. Like, there's like pictures of her in a kimono, and I'm like, what is this? Like, it's just really odd. And I see women all the time too where they're like, hey, I'm just down here in Florida like on vacation. And you're like, so you signed up for a dating app? Like, what the like, don't do that. Go on like Tinder at that point. Like, even though it's still a dating app, it's like at least like Tinder is way more for like hookups than like I'm on like Hinge and stuff right now, and it's like I don't expect that sort of thing to be a thing. But like yeah, it's because like Hinge is at least more like for long-term relationships. At least that's how they sell it. But it's like I don't understand why any of them do this crap. Or like the hey, I'm moving to Florida in like 3 months. I need someone to show me around. And it's like, huh? Is there an unhinged? Yeah, I think it's most of the people on the app because it drives them all insane, myself included. Maybe try dating an FGO player. I don't want to be poor. What the hell? That sounds terrible. Why would I do that? No, like honestly, if I could find a girl that was like into Fate, that'd be amazing, right? Like on its own, just on a surface level, right there. That's like boom. That's something that you share. Where 48% really. Glad that has charge on it. They get mad at each other for having the wife who husbando they don't have themselves. True. You gotta find another FGO whale. That usually means that you have to find somebody with disposable income, right? Which then means they have to be a similar situation to me where they work a pretty decent job and they're busy all the freaking time. Which is just not like ideal for me, I guess. Because it just means that schedules won't line up. Don't get me wrong. At this point, if I could just find me a nice like sugar mama and I could just like become the stay-at-home dad for the rest of my life, I'm down. I'm down. I can be the stay-at-home streamer dad. Yeah, did you hear the rumor that Star Rail's gonna add a USO like system? Why? Like what purpose would that serve? That just sounds fucking terrible. I would say date a cosplayer, but it's 50-50. The problem with dating a cosplayer, all right, chat. Here it is, right? There's 2 levels to this. There's the like, hey, I just cosplay for fun. And they may or may not be unhinged. Because they're like just an arts and craftsy person. They like going to conventions, yada, yada, yada. I think that's fine. And then there's the like, hey, I'm actually attractive. And then like, they're the ones that are like selling their pictures on like OnlyFans and stuff like that. So it's like, at that point, you're kind of just a cock. Like, there's no in between. Like it's either hey, this is a cool hobby, or like I am totally making my living off of this, and it's not going to be good for our relationship. It's like flipping a coin as to whether or not they're psychopaths. Yeah, I mean, I think like this, it's the same thing with like content creators, right? Like, look how many content creators are really like narcissistic and vain. Like all they do is like stuff for just themselves, and like constantly they will sit there and they will grift you for like money and stuff like that. It's like, yo, bro, sub to me. Like, hey man, give me your prime. Any primers in chat? like you'll sit there and you'll see that sort of crap like happen all the time, and then they're always looking for some sort of like new way to make money off of people. Yeah, I think it's the same problem, right? Like it's you have people that are doing it for fun and are legitimately enjoying themselves, and people that take it like way too seriously because it's all about like their ego. Now, I'm not going to say like every major streamer's that way, but most are. I think I at least understand to an extent though, like the pursuit of money when streaming is your profession. And chat, let me be clear here. I mean, when you are already a like major successful streamer, okay? So like when you're already somebody that's like grown really big and then like, yeah, you're all about making money. I understand this. This is your job now, right? What I'm not talking about is like the people like say at my level, right? Like where you're semi successful, but you're still somehow making it all about money. And it's like, I get that like this is kind of a step to get here, but usually this like how you get all the way up to this like extremely successful point is you did many things right along the way to grow to that size. Whereas like the people down here are just trying to like milk it for all it's worth. They don't make enough to like make a living off of it, but they're still trying to like squeeze every single cent they can out of people. I don't like that. That's just stupid to me. Like at that point, if you like go get even go get like a part-time job, right? Like do something to supplement your income because you know you're not making enough off of streaming. So like, why are you trying like so desperately to milk people? Like to me, that just seems really, really weird. Goodwill deposit withdrawal, yeah. If you're a broke boy, just say no. I mean, it's nothing like that, right? It's just at the end of the day, I think there's like certain ways to conduct yourself. And like, so when a big streamer is sitting there being like, hey, yo, check out my merch, it's expected of them to have merch. When they're like, yo, guys, you know, like, go subscribe to my YouTube. It's because they have like a million like channel YouTube, a million subscriber channel YouTube, right? Like you get it, right? There's reasons why they're doing it. They're expected to be doing it. It is their job, and it's all like part of the same ecosystem for them. And then the smaller streamers, and like it's not wrong to like try and promote your stuff, but the smaller streamers try to emulate the bigger streamers, but they're small and they're never going to be that size because they're not focusing on what they need to do to grow and instead focusing on other stuff like that. Right now it feels like YouTube is going through its condescending voice phase, where all the big commentators sound so pretentious. Like, what do you mean? Like you're saying they're just like they're talking down to people and being like, oh, you don't know shit. I was quoting a certain streamer, I would never say that. Oh, no, that's not good. I didn't take offense to it. But yeah, I like, especially with a bigger streamer, a bigger like YouTube person, I do understand the concept of getting one guide, and this happens all the time in chat. So same thing happens to me even with you guys, right? I know that a lot of you guys come to me for like FGO info on a day-to-day basis. Some of you guys are veterans and you know better. Others are newer players that maybe don't know the lay of the land yet. So when somebody makes like a really weird, I'm going to say like nonsensical or dumbass type comment about the game, but they're trying to sound authoritative, you get one guide by it because you sit there and you go like, okay, but I kind of gotta like say something so that people don't think that this is like how it actually is. So like, for instance, there were people when Ace first came out that were like, oh, she's bad. Like she's not good. Like straight up, Castor Coup is better than her, right? Like these sorts of comments, and I had to like if someone were to like go into my chat and say that, I'd have to be like, no, she's not. Like she's actually really powerful, and I don't know where you're getting that from. So it's like you almost have to answer those stupid questions, and I think a lot of content creators get caught in that like. They get tired of that same sort of statement over and over and over and over again in their chat, and they start getting condescending. I'm not going to say I don't either. I think like there is a point where I probably sound it too. I'd say I usually do a pretty good job of not, but I do think there are points where like you have to just kind of like set the record straight and be like, no, right? So I get how that happens, but if you're talking about like other stuff, then it's difficult, right? think they're big and sounding like they know it all. Yeah, I think like that's a huge problem, right? Like people assume that because they're big, that they're knowledgeable, right? So your viewers think this, and your like the streamer themselves thinks this, but the reality is these two things are not equal. Like just because you're big doesn't mean you know. And just because you know doesn't mean you're big. So it like they're mutually they're not mutually exclusive. It's not a like completely symbiotic relationship. And I feel like a lot of the times when I try to talk to you guys about stuff with FGO, usually I think you guys assume that I do know, right? And usually I'm pretty upfront. If I don't know, I'll say like, hey, I'm not sure, right? Like I'll start like qualifying my statements in some way to let you guys realize like, hey, maybe Cad's having like a second doubt or something here. And then in other cases, I feel like, you know, in the same way of like someone will say something in chat and you'll kind of have to like correct it, but you're not doing so to like shit on the person. A lot of the times you're doing it mostly to just set the record straight so that everybody else knows, right? But yeah, I do think this is a huge problem. I've seen it happen over and over again, and I can give you guys an example just from like I was watching Seagull. He's a really good Overwatch player. He's a former pro. He's been playing a lot of Marvel Rivals, and I think he's doing like he was doing his season 1 tier list. He may still be doing it. I don't know if he's even still live. But he was doing his season 1 tier list, and he himself admitted, he's like, this is all too soon, right? So he goes to do that, and then he has to go rate like Iron Fist. Now, this is a big former Overwatch pro who's been playing a ton of hours in Rivals. And everyone assumes like he knows what he's talking about. But he even admitted it, and he goes like, I don't know, like I have to rate him, but I actually haven't seen any Iron Fist gameplay since the patch. Since the mid-season patch. So he's like, so I don't know. He may like be great, or he may be hot garbage. Like that's the thing. Like people will assume that you know because you're big. Seagull at least like tried to be transparent there, but a lot of streamers won't. A lot of streamers will just like fake it. They'll just be like, oh yeah, Mr. Fister, he's such a great unit. Like he got those buffs. He's so good. And they won't actually know. Like they won't clarify the fact that like they don't have any experience on the character, or they haven't seen anyone play the character. And so at that point, they're not sure, and they literally fake it till they make it type deal. And this is, in a weird way, it creates a feedback loop, because even though they don't know, if people like just believe them, they get away with it. If people don't believe them and call them out, it comes right back around to making them big. So it's like, oh, they don't know. Zoop. Now you've created controversy, you've created engagement, and people are farming you for it. So it's like, in a weird way, people get so big that they can't fail. Because they just go like, oh yeah, I either actually know what I'm talking about, and therefore I'm an authority, or I have no fucking clue what I'm talking about, but got him, you've been baited. Now you've engaged with my content, you're arguing people, you're saying that I don't know what I'm talking about, but you're mentioning me. You're spreading my name. You're literally promoting me to the far corners of the earth. So like that's how it works. And that's I don't really much care for like rage baiting and engagement baiting like that, but that's just how some people are. It is what it is. That's probably what I need to start doing, chat. I need to start engagement baiting you. I need my own hot takes. Let chat argue with me on them. I feel like most of my takes at this point aren't very hot. Like they're pretty set in stone. I do think I have some hot takes with regards to things. Like, for instance, I'm sure the greater community does not agree with me on like farming an FGO with regards to like me not liking anything automated or third party in that regard. I know a lot of people that think I'm a dumbass because I hold this stance, but I hold this stance from years of playing the game, from knowing that it's absolutely possible and watching people bitch, moan, and whine and claim that it's not. And so like after all those years, you get used to it and you get kind of like deaf to it when people start to complain. It doesn't mean there aren't some issues there. Again, we've talked about this before. Like, what makes a good developer is if they can discern what the issue is. It's to like, why are people wanting to auto in FGO, right? Like, maybe there's a problem there. Maybe that's something we need to look into. Even if they don't want to add auto, they maybe need to look into why people are complaining and want the auto feature. In the case of this one, though, I assume that the whole entire reason that the developers have never added it is because the developers know there's not actually a problem there, and it's usually the people whining and complaining for auto are the people that are going off and playing other gacha games, and so therefore they're purely complaining because they don't actually care for FGO, and they're just sick and tired but have sunk cost fallacy, so they don't want to drop the game, but they really just want to go play their other gacha games is all it really boils down to. So that's where, like, I think the devs know that. I think I know that. But a lot of the community will not agree with me on that because a lot of the community as well plays other gacha games. It's just gacha community in general. Like waifu arguing? Yeah, I mean, like waifu arguing. Like, there's a reason we have like waifu, like bashing waifus is one of like the few rules on the Discord. It's there because we know it's like one of the few things that actually will just immediately lead to an argument with people and like disturb the peace. Because the second you start like bashing people's waifus is the second that like you're gonna get an argument with them. They just, it doesn't matter. Like, everybody has their own different tastes and stuff, so people are naturally gonna like start to complain. What could you even add to FGO gameplay wise so that people stop complaining about no auto? Oh, there's a couple of things you could do. In fact, like some of the other gacha games have shown you that way. But one of the easiest things that you could do is either to allow for like one run to count for multiple. Like if one run instead counted for 3, this would reduce the need to do things. The other thing would be to just make the nodes more efficient themselves. Or again, you maybe look at like what the overall need for resources is in the game. There's numerous ways you can attack that. I don't think it really necessarily matters. You could also try to cut down the amount of time that people spend in the node. But again, I think this is like, oh, people are complaining that there's no auto in the game, but the reality is like a lot of people have alternative like reasons for actually complaining about it. It's not that like this is a hard game to play. It's not that like the game is even really that time consuming. People just they kind of want to complain because they don't like the gameplay and they don't like the game. But they've already like been a part of the game for a long freaking time, and they're kind of like the jilted ex-lover where it's like they've moved off to another gacha game, but they don't want to drop FGO because they spent a lot of money on it. And so like they're complaining and they're whining for it, but it's not really that big of a deal. And again, not every auto person is that way. Some people have, I'm going to say, like more legitimate reasons for wanting it. I've seen people before that are like, hey, I want auto just because I work a really like busy job. And it's like, that's fine. I think like I can understand that a little bit more. But at the end of the day, I think like the vast majority of the people complaining for it are that latter group. I guess I could see a reason for it in a lotto. Yeah, lottos are the things that are like always brought up to justify this. Like whenever you say like, hey, it doesn't take me that long to do my AP, or like, hey, it doesn't take me like that long to really do anything in this game. Everybody always turns and says, but my lotto. And the lotto is like literally like twice yearly. It is the time in which like every conventional norm in FGO is bucked. They are special events. However, in the same way, there's also nothing forcing you to farm them. Like it's just the best way to get bang for your buck. You don't have to go ape shit in a lotto. And I've, told people this many times before. It's like, if you can only do like 15 boxes in a lotto, that kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Just, like do that, get your 15 done and go on to the next lotto because there will be another one in the future. Lottos are just opportunities. That's all it is. Okay, do you think the reason people are no longer interested in CQ is because in the past lore is a lot rarer? So missing one was much more detrimental. No. I think there's a lot of factors. Like, and let me explain this. So let's start out with the basic premise of that question, right? And that is, are people interested in CQs? Okay. So let's start out with this first question. Was there ever an interest in CQs? Ever? Or were CQs more of a necessity? Right? Because like the thing you're alleging about, like, okay, well, like, is it maybe an issue with lores now? Implies that people weren't doing it in the first place. It was just like it was there only because people wanted the reward, right? Like that is to say that was the only thing that actually drove interest, was the reward, not the challenge itself. Now, I do think there are other sides to this, right? Like, there's definitely people that do have interest in CQs. I think if I had to guess, the vast majority of people, I'd say maybe 10% of the game's population, and I really mean this as a big maybe, because I think it's probably actually smaller than this. Maybe 10% of the game's population is interested in CQs. I think 80% probably view it merely as a means to an end. Wow, I did look at M/W there. Okay, so like means to an end. And then the other 10% vehemently hate and avoid CQs. They do not like them. They do not wish to partake in them. And honest to God, I actually think like the percentiles here, like especially on the hate side, may be even bigger. I think there's a lot of people that just don't want to fucking touch a CQ if they don't have to. Okay? So now that we've examined that, is that maybe the reason for a falling of popularity in CQs? Well, you got to assume that the relative percentages don't change, right? Like, what does change is like player population, okay, of the game. Like that's going to go up and down, and I'm going to say, if anything, FGOs has gone down, right? I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. It's not me being doomer. It's just FGO is not like at its peak. It's got less players probably now than it did at its zenith in like year 3 to 5, right? So I think that's a factor. I think the other factor is the ease of CQs. So like whether or not a challenge is considered exorbitantly hard or easy. Another factor is how should I put this? We're just going to go ahead and call it power creep. So this is like the strength of the units. This does tie in with ease, right? But I have a point to make on this earlier. So I think like each one of these is sort of like a macro factor going on within the game. It's the relative game state. And when you look at that and then you apply the overall attention percentages of like, hey, you got 10% of people that really like CQs, 10% that really hate CQs, and then everybody else in between. That in between is just like they're pragmatists, I would say, at that point, right? Like they don't like or hate CQs. They maybe they hate certain CQs, but they like other CQs. But at the end of the day, they're really just viewing it as a means to an end of like, hey, I can get this resource. So is that a thing? How much does that resource affect it? And I think you could say that as well. So like the rewards, are the rewards an issue, right? As per what you're alleging. Maybe. That could be it. I've seen several people talk about this, saying like CQ rewards need to be better. Personally, I think one of the biggest issues with CQs is that if you're going to do any sort of like big major thing, and I'm gonna come beat this dead horse again, we gotta talk Tesla Fest, right? What was the problem with the Tesla Fest CQs? Some people fucking loved them, but it seemed like the vast majority of people did not care or like the way that they were presented. So part of that problem is with the rewards. they made CQs, or rather EQs in that case, more incentivized because there were a lot of tickets locked behind them, and you had this like shitty structure and way they were set up that you had to do them. And all of this, there were a ton of them, and they had to be done during a lotto in which your priority usually lies elsewhere, right? So you have this weird sort of like problem that's going on there, where even though in a way they increased the rewards, the way in which it was handled was ass. So just about everybody hated it. That's the problem. The more rewards you lock behind a CQ, the less of a like, hey, this is an optional challenge it is, and the more of a, this is a requirement that it becomes. So I think when you force people, especially people that are in that, like I said, I think it's more than 10% that hate it, to do a CQ, they don't like that. They really freaking hate it that they're getting forced to do it, and that aggravates them. So I think that's a thing. But on the flip side, if you want to look at it this way, if you don't have CQs in your game, if you don't have any sort of challenge content, you lose players that way too, because you're just going to piss people off that the game is too easy and that there's nothing really to do in the game with regards to challenge. The thing about this is, and this is something that I've kind of alleged for a while, if you're a true challenge person and you eat, sleep, and drink challenge, and that's really the only like joy you get out of FGO, there are people like this. I've known it for years. Odds are you've left FGO by now. And the reason why is pretty apparent, guys. There really isn't consistent challenge in the game. You get one challenge per like event. You get, like maybe the story chapters that release hopefully every 6 months have some sort of challenge to them. And you end up occasionally with things like the Super Recos or some other sort of campaign that adds a couple in as well. So that's it. Really all the challenge you have in the game. We don't have some sort of like procedural generated like content that always is offering infinite replayability. We don't have some sort of like daily or weekly challenge. We don't have some sort of like tower type event that is like long term and has to be like climbed. So like we have tower events, sorry, but we don't have like a permanent tower that scales like infinitely or something like that, right? Like, so some of the other gacha games have these things. FGO does not. So it's why I've been saying it for years. If you're somebody that's like, you really get off on challenges and you really like having that, FGO is probably not the biggest game for you. The game has always been way more about collection and farming, and that has been brutally apparent since like day one of the game. I understand that people have been asking for them to increase it for years. Doesn't mean that they can't, but it does mean that like it's not likely to occur, because to take a 10-year game and fundamentally change what its core is not good for the game, right? Like it will upset probably the population, because everything that they are like used to and doing, they're not going to be like, wait, suddenly I don't have to farm at all anymore, and now I have to do like challenge content constantly. So you can't like upset the balance that you've already gotten. You can maybe increase the weight on one of the sides, as long as like, I don't know, you're still kind of maintaining that balance. So the idea there is like, yes, you can add more challenge content to the game. I don't think that would necessarily piss anyone off. The issue would be if you tried to make it more mandatory, that would piss people off. It's not, hey, they can't add more challenge content. It's they can't add a shit ton of challenge content and then hyper incentivize it, because it will just make players feel like they have way more tasks to do and that they have to sit down and go out there and do them constantly, rather than, hey, this is some optional thing that's being provided for people that really like challenges. So that's kind of the issue there. So now as we circle back around and we ask ourselves, okay, so you have these meta factors. This is everything that's like really controlling this stuff. Well, let's look at this. Like we said, the game's population is down. Honestly, I'm gonna say the ease of like CQs is up. That is to say, CQs are probably easier now than ever, mostly due to the plethora of options the player has, which brings us to this other point of, like how big of an issue is power creep. I've seen a lot of people, and I gotta say this because I think this is the truth. I've seen a lot of people slander Castoria, and I really do mean slander, right? Because they want to sit there and they want to like blame Castoria for like the game is too easy. Like Castoria exists. Ugh. I do think Castoria is responsible, at least partially, for a lot of people not giving a shit about challenge content anymore. Hear me out though. Part of it is it took that 10% of people that really liked CQs and it made some of them go, this shit's too easy now. I don't give a shit anymore. I'm out. But it also took that like 80% of the population that was like means to an end. I'm gonna, like get the CQ done just for the rewards that are in it. And it made it a lot easier for them to do on their own without having to like sit down and like really hyper strategize some of it, right? So to me, this made challenge content more approachable for that group, and it basically catered more to that group. This is why nobody that I know of actually really does complain about Castoria being in the game. The only people that do are usually the upper challenge people that complain that because she exists, challenges are too easy now, and they can't like kind of lord their knowledge over other people and their expertise. It also means that like their accomplishments look like they're diminished because like they sit there and they try really hard to do something. Meanwhile, like you roll in with double Castoria and like Musashi Berserker and you 3-turn it, you go like, that wasn't hard. So it's like, I think that pisses them off, right? The thing about this is, and this is the unfortunateness of it, you can make content for this 10%, right? But unfortunately, for better or worse, and this will never be untrue, like every game you play, this will always be the truth of the game. You must design the majority of content for the majority of your player base. Why? Because you can't please everybody. So logically, as the developer, you have to try to please the most people because they're your population and what's keeping the game alive. For better or worse, it's okay to piss off the 10% of people that hate challenges in order to appease 80% that, or at least 90%, maybe you could even say, that are okay with challenges. It's also okay to piss off the 10% that really like challenges to appease the 90% that maybe don't give a shit about challenges. You see, that's the problem here. There is overlap within this 80% group. So you always have to sit there and try to design something to please the majority rather than the minority in this case, because it's what's going to keep your game alive. If you start catering all of your content for a fringe percentage, it wrecks your game. And we have numerous examples of this throughout game development history at this point already. And you can look no further than like MMOs, for instance, where, yeah, all of a sudden they start making like way too hard of raid content, or there is no raid content. Suddenly the game dies out because the vast majority of the population is just bored and doesn't really have anything to do. So that's another example of how, like, yeah, you kind of got to try to appease the majority in that case, because if you piss them off, they're gone, and then you've literally shit your game down the toilet. So there's definitely an interesting dichotomy there. I don't think it's any one factor. It's not like because lures are more available that people feel the need to do it less. I think it's the power creep that has gone on with some of the meta supports and some of the challenge-esque units in the game. There's a lot stronger of units now. The fights themselves, while they are usually way more verbose, part of that is because they're having to like come up with all of these gimmicks because of the power creep that already exists in the game. And so as a result, due to the plethora of options, if you're a more veteran player, the fights are in fact easier. Same thing, the population for the game is down somewhat, so this also means that there are less people overall in the challenge communities and less people overall just in general, but still that lion's share of the community is going to dictate a lot of stuff. So like I said, it's a really complex thing, but I think if you try to break it down from every angle, you'll realize why the devs have done certain things. And we didn't even get into why have the devs like implemented certain challenge features and then stopped implementing them for a while. An example of this would be like advanced quests. And we just got part 14, by the way, on an A, which is, I believe, the first one, chat, that you guys can get MLB for. I think it's MLB of the, is it Dust or Bones, chat? I think it's Dust to begin with for the first one. Dust, yeah, okay. So, like, yeah, that's, when you start to look at that, you see, like, yeah, the devs keep putting in certain things into the game, but then they don't, like, follow through infinitely. There's reasons why they don't. And one of it may be they realize low player engagement, it's not really worth making it. Or the other may be that it's a lot of developer resources on their end, and they just don't have the time to keep doing it. Sounds like challenge people are elitist jerks. I completely understand the challenge argument of like, hey, I would like more repetitive challenge content. Sorry, when I say repetitive, I don't mean like repetitive in the sense of like boring. I mean repetitive in the sense of they keep offering new challenges. So in other words, they keep implementing them into the game. I understand why they would want that. I think, like, to a degree, there's definitely some merit to an argument, and I think that's okay. However, I also think that this idea that, like, for instance, like Castoria is wrecking the game, I think is just asinine, because what that tells me is like they're just pissed that the 80%, or really even the 90%, because the other 10% over there, they're pissed that like these people have an easy out now. They don't like that, right? Like, so to me, that's a personal issue on their end. Like, this is a like, oh no, the plebs got their way type deal. It's like, yeah, that may be the argument for like they are elitist in that regard. I don't think every challenge person's that way though. Like, I think that's just like, you have some people that really like feel like they're, I don't know, like jilted for some reason. And I think there's some psychology there at that point, and it just boils down to like what it is that they want this game to be, as opposed to the reality of what this game is. Because they give Saint Courts now? Not really. Right? Because like you don't have that many in the game, chat. I think Strange Fake should be pushed back or given to another studio. I honestly, I'm not even really qualified to say, because we just don't know what the situation is at the moment. Like, everything that I've heard about Strange Fake and like what the issues are with it at this point is pure conjecture. I'm gonna be real with you, chat, too. The big one that like nobody talks about, and this is in all due seriousness, Strange Fake may have been Elder Scrolls 6. I know I just made all of you scratch your head. Strange Fake may have been announced way too fucking soon. It may have been announced way ahead of where it was ever actually going to be ready. Right? Like, so that may be the issue entirely. We're expecting that it should already be a thing. They're just not even remotely close to being done. Right? So I don't know. I'm a CQ kind of guy, and I'm fine with Castoria. I basically just moved my own goalpost to TAs instead of normal clears. Yeah, and I think that's fine, right? Like, and I've tried to talk about this before. Like, so if you're a CQ enthusiast, you're probably part of the TA, the time attack community or turn attack community, depending on how you want to phrase it, right? This is there's challenge fights, chat, and then there is self-imposed challenge. So, to give you guys an example, it's like me doing a Saberface only run. That is a self-imposed challenge. Some people would say it's not a challenge at all. That's fine. I don't care, right? Like, but the idea here is time attacks are a self-imposed challenge. It's my only issue with this is I see a lot of time attackers that have very like strong opinions on the balance of the game, based purely off of a self-imposed challenge. So, like, chat, this would be like me going, I do Saberface only runs. The Saberfaces are too weak. They all should get buffs. Well, it's bias, right? Like, at that point, clearly everyone would know that. It's why, like, I usually try not to view things just from that lens. I try to get outside of it and try to look at the whole picture and see what other people are seeing and hear you guys talking about things and look at the numbers and look at the actual data to figure out, like, whether or not my assertions are in fact correct, right? Like, or whether or not I'm just full of shit, or maybe I'm not sure, right? But in general, when I look at this, when I see really strong opinions based purely off of this, when all people are doing is like time attacks, I usually disregard their opinion entirely. And the reason why, and like Avalon's an exception, and for obvious reasons, right? But like, usually the reason why I do this is because their opinions are extremely warped due to always trying to min-turn something. Due to, like, hey, you don't have to do this CQ in the minimal amount of turns, but I must do it. And therefore, if a unit can't do it in the minimal amount of turns, somehow that unit's bad, and somehow the unit that can do it in the minimal amount of turns is good, whereas there may be another scenario where the unit that can't do it in the minimal amount of turns is good for other things. So, like I said, you have a weird viewpoint if you only view things through that lens, and it's why I end up disregarding a lot of those comments, is because, or rather not comments, but like opinions, right? Is because I look at that and I just go like, no, that doesn't jive with like anything else that occurs in the game. You're viewing this purely from your own self-imposed rule. Well, sorry, I said SE, it's SI. I've seen other people like this before too. And so that we're clear, chat, this is not just an issue with time attackers. This is also an issue with some farm people. Y'all know, and I'm gonna carry this one step further. I'm gonna carry this one step further, chat. Y'all know who you are. Y'all know who you are. I have seen people that have self-imposed a restriction that they will not use duplicate units in any farm scenario. Like, I think it's like fine to be like, hey, I don't want to use duplicates because I want to be more bond efficient or something like that. But then you're still willing to use a duplicate if you have to. But I've seen people that will not do that. I have seen people that will not do that and do other things in a similar way. Here's the thing about that. It's a single player game, chat. You can play how you want, right? You can do time attacks. You can have really weird farming rules. You can have extreme opinions about bond efficiency. I don't care. Only thing is, when you start trying to like impress that viewpoint upon other people, that's when I start to go like, what? Like, that's just stupid. Don't do that, right? Like, it's okay to do something weird as long as you know it's weird. As long as you know it's like, yeah, I'm holding myself to some sort of rule that I don't hold other people to. So like, for instance, let me use myself as an example. It's like me grailing all the saber faces. But then somehow I would turn around and expect that all of you have too. Like, what? You're just playing the game wrong. Fuck's wrong with you, chat? What? You didn't grail Artoria? What are you, some kind of stupid idiot? Like, that's kind of how these people sound to me. Because I look at that and I go like, no, of course, I would sound like an asinine asshat. Like, nobody would listen to me if I talked that way all the time. So I don't blame people at that point for disregarding like that type of opinion. I think it's perfectly sound and logical to disregard weird opinions like that. I don't mean to call them out, but I have another mod of mine who has a self-imposed rule of he will refuse to lore a skill on a unit unless he lores all three. That's his own thing. That's fine. And it's like, I respect that about him. He can choose to do that. I disagree with it. I've told him as such. But if he wants to keep playing the game that way, there's no problem with it. It's like, it's a single player game. You can do it. So it's like, it's fine. And he knows. He's like, yeah, it's just, this is the weird quirk I have. I don't expect other people to do it this way. Right? So That's fine. As long as you don't expect other people to be the exact same as you, if you have that weird sort of like take, right? Because I think it's a-okay. It's a single player game. People can play it how they want. People can whatever brings them joy and whatever like makes the game fun for them. That's really all that matters at the end of the day. So it's like I said, like bringing that back full circle. If people want to do time attacks and that's what is fun for them, that's fine. Just don't expect the entire world to revolve around time attacks. And think that like everything has to be like rebalanced and dictated based purely off of time attacks. That's my only issue with it. It's like bringing that as well back to Avalon. Avalon doesn't do that, so that's why I don't hold that to Avalon. Avalon does a lot of guide content with me. Avalon, ends up talking with me about a lot of things. So it's like, in one regard, it's good because we have different viewpoints on things. And so it's like, it's good to have that alternate viewpoint to talk to people about, to be able to like sanity check yourself. But it's also like, yeah, I think it's like, I think we're all aware that like these are like extra rules, right? Like a time attack is an extra rule. A saber face only run is an extra rule. We don't expect people to do these things. Another one would be Ventos with his phantom rules, right? Like that'd be, imagine if everybody had to play by Ventos's phantom rules. So it's like it's awesome to see someone do it. It's also like, yeah, no one else should have to do that. Several of the features I wanted, which were convenient, like clicking on an item to see where you could farm it or expanding on the search functions. Yeah, I think the devs have done a good job of adding actually quite a bit of quality of life over the years for this game. And in fact, I think it's underappreciated how much quality of life FGO has invented when you go and look and see that some of these other games have the same features as FGO. I'm not going to say FGO invented every single one of the features it has. It didn't. But there are some quality of life that it did come up with that other games poached, and then people won't give FGO any credit for it. And they'll only like be like, oh, FGO, when compared to this other game, is somehow worse. It's like, well, it's a newer game, and it stole a lot of the stuff that like FGO does. Yeah, like maybe they did improve upon it in some way, or at least it's a way that you feel like is better. That's fine. But it's also like you're not giving FGO any credit for being the first one to actually come up with it. Low stars only is cool, but I don't think I'd ever do it myself. Yeah, I think like that's another very classic challenge at this point is like doing like a low star run or doing like a Nuzlocke type run or something like that. It's like, it's cool, it's interesting, it's also completely abnormal. I think FGO does cater well what the average player wants. Yeah, I agree with that. There's enough bad skills that you could literally never level up and be fine. Honestly, I think a lot of the skills in the game, like your truly bad skills are mostly gone. And I think the devs have done a pretty good job of trying to upgrade the skills over the years to get rid of that. Because I think that was one of the issues that they had, is that as you look back, like historically, we definitely had some really bad skills. I think what I always see whenever I see the devs doing upgrades, and let me bounce this one off Avalon. Avalon, do you agree with this statement? Whenever the devs upgrade a skill, they try to give you a reason to lore it now, if it didn't already have one. They do cater to the common want. Enemy traits. Yeah, I think the traits one is a big one, and they've at least started to move on that one. Yeah, okay, yeah. So it's apparent to me that like when I look at a skill and it'll be like, oh, it's like debuff success rate. Right? And it's like, but then it'll be like 20% or something like that. Like it won't be enough. So then they'll buff this skill and they'll be like, hey, now you have to lure it. Well, what would make you have to lure the skill? Oh, we put like 30% charge on it now. Like they'll do like some crap like that where they actually like add something in that makes you like, shit, now I gotta lure this. Now I didn't want to lure this, but now I have to lure this. I do think saying Castoria and Scotty to an extent represented a massive power creep is a fair take, not just from the CQ perspective. Oh, I don't think anyone would argue that. I think Castoria coming into the game especially was a massive power creep. Scotty, to a degree, Scotty really wasn't. Like Scotty did bring quick online, right? Like and we were talking about this just the other day because there's been a lot of like this discussion back and forth that I've had with people about like the overall status of quick in FGO. I've seen some people that feel like quick is the best card type in the game and like needs no adjustments. I've seen other people, myself included, that think that quick is somewhat underwhelming outside of challenge scenarios where you're really getting to use quite a stacked like deck with a unit that has really good card performance, right? There are some really, really nice scenarios for quick. Quick is not like as bad as most people would have you believe. But quick is also not so good that it doesn't need like more features and more stuff. So to me, when I look at that, I've talked about this quite a bit, but it's like you have years like 1 and 2 of the game, right? It's pretty much all the way up to like, I want to say like year 3 when Scotty comes into the game. Prior to year 3, what dominated everything was the occasional arts looper and then just like brute force charge buster comps. So buster and arts absolutely controlled the meta pre-Scotty. Then Scotty comes into the game and she has 2 years to shine until Castoria comes in year 5. After that point, arts is the dominant feature, and it's not until year 6 that finally the Koyanskaya and Oberon combination comes into the game for the big KO there, and it doesn't knock out arts. Arts already hit that finish line. Arts is already really good. So all it does is it brings Buster largely up to par, or at least like pretty darn close. The problem with this is basically quick gets a little bit left behind at this point. And then the issue that you have is that this has been the dominant meta since year 5. You're going into year 10. The status quo has not changed in 4 years, chat. So does quick need something? Fuck yes, it does. Does it matter if quick somehow became overpowered? Fuck no, it doesn't. Because quick has only been overpowered for 2 of the 10 years of FGO's history. And overpowered is a, like, you could really argue that one, frankly. Like, I'm sorry, but at this point, quick could use another Zenith. It could use another, like golden time, basically. But Summer Scotty was supposed to save quick. Summer Scotty did help quick, but Summer Scotty helped quick in a lot of like quality of life ways. And honestly, to me, I hate to say it, but I think this is the actual truth of the matter. I think what did more for quick was actually Mighty Chain. Tell me if I'm wrong, chat. A golden requiem? Yes. I made it the fuck up. Oh, let me see. mute song request real quick. I have no idea how loud this is, chat. That looked like MASH right there, which is interesting. Oh, look, it's Mashal. Mashal's great, by the way. I highly recommend y'all watch it. But so what? So, like, this is 2024, right? An entry afterwards giving it a date? Okay. So this is the commercial, basically for Ordeal Call 2. In case anyone's curious. This is not like some new Fate Grand Order anime. They did the animation for it. Which, fantastic. Yeah, so that was MASH. I was right. Seeing that head turn back, even though it was in a different color, I was like, ah, that looked like MASH. A lot of people really liked Ordeal Call 2. Yeah, I consider it a positive that they haven't power crept Castoria as well. Like, they shouldn't. If they power creep Castoria, holy shit. Too many losing heroines? Can't say I've heard of that. Oh. Yeah, Near Automata. Yeah. Yeah, there won't be any issues with this. This is getting a season 2, I know. Is this? Oh, it's Gungale. Okay, yeah. Yep, season 2. This has been good so far. I still think it's a little like overhyped for a show. It's just like quality, but it has so much budget that if it didn't, I would be like, damn, y'all fucking failed. All right, so there's Strange Fake. I mean, it technically doesn't give you a year. But the thing that occurred before it was like January of 2025, and this is considered to be May of 2025. So you can assume that it would happen sometime between those two dates, but I don't know. Conjecture, but a reasonable one. Well, the only issue I have with this is that, like, basically the only other thing that is mentioned is this, so you don't get, like, other future projects. And we don't really know, right? I think the issue with Strange Fake, more than anything that we've seen so far, chat, you can tell me if I'm wrong, is that we still don't have an anime billing for it. That is to say, it does not appear on any seasonal list. It does not seem to have a time slot. So because of that, for better or worse, the problem that we have is they have released episode 0 and episode 1. And this has no date. I hate it, but this does lend itself to the idea of a, like, annual schedule. Something that they are dragging out and they're not giving it a proper conventional time slot where it can just air. I don't like that. I hate that. If that's what they're going for, this is one of the biggest fumbles ever that I've seen in anime history. But I hope that's not what's going on. I hope it's its own thing, right? Like that it'll be ready when it's ready, and they will give it a time slot when it's ready to air, rather than like, yeah, we're gonna drag it out and like try to do some like we'll release it like, you know, like once every couple months type deal. Yeah, I'm aware episode 0 is an OVA. I don't care. I like chat. The problem that they have with this, they announced Strange Fake, what, 2 years ago? And then they gave us episode 0, and it's like, oh, but Cat, it's an OVA. Okay, that's fine. How do you explain episode 1 then? Because episode 1 wasn't an OVA. Episode 0 was delayed by half a year, by the way. Yeah, episode 0 was delayed by half a year, and episode 0 also still came out like, what, like 6 months prior to episode 1? So like, whatever the deal is at this point, we don't have any communication, we don't have any confirmation, and all we have is the presentation of episode 0 and episode 1 and the way in which they have conducted themselves. I liked both episodes. I thought they were great. But my obvious complaint is, what the fuck are you doing? Like what is this release schedule? Like what are you trying to do with this? And we don't know, because they don't give us any info. So that's the problem right now. And it may be that, again, like, this is a passion project. It's taking a long time. It's taking longer than they expected. So it's not ready yet. And it will be ready when they say it is. That's fine. My only issue with this is, you should not have released episode 1 then. I know this may be a hot take. Some of you guys may go like, but Cat, I think that I think that I really liked episode 1, and I'm glad they gave it to us. That's fine. Problem is, they start setting expectations when they do this. They start building that hype, and then they build it up, and you're like, where's episode 2? And it never comes, and the hype just falls off the freaking cliff. So, like, this is kind of the issue that they have at this point. I think it's still slated for 2025 as a full season. I hope so, right? Like, this is something that, to me, Fate really needs. They really can't fuck this one up. So I'm super concerned about this one. That's why I feel like so strongly about it, right? The new Seven Deadly Sins anime is almost monthly to bi-monthly. Oh, see, that's weird, because I never heard of it. Like, I never heard that was a thing. So that already just tells you what the problem is with releasing something like that, right? Like, the fact that I had no idea there was a new Seven Deadly Sins anime tells you everything. This is the problem with how they're kind of handling this, at least at the current point. So I'm fine as long as they come back in, they circle back around, and they go like, yeah, starting with episode 1 all the way through, like, I don't know, like episode 24 or whatever, like whatever they want to do. That's fine. Just like, please. Even if they want to do it in like one core of 12 and then another core of 12, also fine. I don't care. Those are conventional ways of doing things. Just do not split things up and go episode by episode. That is the absolute worst way to kill any interest and continual hype for your series. And that is the worst way to drive publicity for things like, again, interest in other Fate IPs, like FGO or Fate Stay Night, the other visual novels that are out there. You're not going to get that interest if you string this out. And look, I'm gonna put it another way. Let me put it a way that Aniplex will understand. You won't sell shit for merch if you do it this way. This will affect your bottom line. So I know A1's handling it and not Aniplex, but like, it is what it is. Aniplex needs to hear that, I suspect. Because I know that's the thing that like will actually get through to them. SMH, my Gundam Hathaway. Yep. The Hathaway movies hype deflated by a lot. Yeah, like I remember hearing them announce it. I remember being like, "Ooh, that's really cool." And then like I've never watched any of them, and I have no idea like when and how they've released. Right? Like you got to give people a time schedule if you're going to announce some shit like this. And like the example again that I used is that Strange Fake is like Elder Scrolls 6. Chat, when's Elder Scrolls 6 coming? You're all about to list a bunch of meme answers and like say, you know, dates extremely far into the future because this is the problem. Nobody knows. And it's the issue of what happens when they announce stuff too early. Like everyone just assumes that it's like never fucking coming now. So this is the problem. On PC too. Yeah, there you go. Fragments of 2032. Better example, when is Silk Song coming? I saw some miniature freak out the other day on Twitter about Silk Song because apparently there was like a glitch with the Nintendo eShop where like Silk Song got removed for like all of like 5 minutes and it freaked people the fuck out because they were like, oh no, it's been canceled. So like people were like really quick to be like, no, it's back up. You don't understand, it's back up. It's not canceled. It's like, God damn it, dude. Like at this point, it's comical to me, but it's also because I don't really have much invested in it, and I understand like people really want Silk Song to be a thing. But yeah, it's the same problem. It's like everybody wants Silk Song to be a thing, but there's been no freaking news. So like, what do you do when that sort of stuff happens? Wins Persona 6. Persona 5 is almost a decade old. Yeah, it's the same deal. Like, I mean, again, like Elder Scrolls, chat, Elder Scrolls 5. Does anyone know when Elder Scrolls 5 came out off the top of their head? It's a really easy date to remember. That's your clue. Yeah, it was 11, 11, 11. Which, hate to break that one to you, chat. That means we're going on Skyrim being 14 years old. Pretty soon it's going to get its learner's permit and be able to drive. Sorry, I forgot I paused the music there. 3333 sounds good then? No, please. Please, no. It can drive, we should all be terrified. Yeah, that means that Todd Howard is gonna drive to your house and show up like the courier in the Fallout series and ask you if you want to join a shelter. But instead it's going to be a Skyrim shelter where everything's going to get nuked and you're going to wake up in the back of a cart. Babylonia did a good job promoting the game. See, I think Babylonia has its issues with like actually explaining things, but in a weird, like warped way, while that probably turns some people off from the game and turns them away. I do think also on the flip side, it probably also makes some people go like, wait, I don't get this, but it seems interesting, so I'll go play the game to find out. Like, I don't know, maybe it's like a psyop thing where they actually like mind fucked you into making you believe that that's something you needed to go do. But yeah, it's like, unfortunately, for better or worse, I think the Fate Grand Order animes largely haven't driven player numbers at all. I do think there are people that have joined, and I've heard it from you guys in chat before. But I think it's like, it's not nearly as much as it could have been, or at least as much as probably like a mainline entrant to the Fate series would have been. Because I think a lot of people hopped into Babylonia and they were like, what the fuck is going on here? I don't understand any of this. And they kind of just like got the fuck out. Camelot didn't because it's crap? Oh, damn. That's one of the easy ways to get yourself auto-modded. Camelot was not crap. The first movie definitely has its issues, But to me, I saw a lot of people that shat on it and never actually watched it because I thought it was pretty good. The problem that we had with it was that they cut out some of the comedy in it, which, to be fair, you can't hold that one against the Camelot movie, or else you have to hold it against Babylonia too. So therein lies the issue. I hate to say it, it's one of the weak points of the Fate Grand Order animes is that they have tried to cut out all the comedic effects from them, and I think that's really stupid. I don't know who made that decision. I think it's just an objectively bad decision to make. I didn't like the Solomon movie. Solomon movie has its good parts, but yeah, I think like I still have a couple of issues that bother me about the Solomon movie. And frankly, I think they would have been better not to make the Solomon movie and to pad Babylonia with like 3 more episodes, and they would have been better for it. I watched the first time in cinemas. The second time was never released here. Oh, really? Interesting. Like the second movie for Camelot, I thought was much better than the first. But the first, like I said, to me, the first wasn't bad, but everyone just wanted to shit on it. My Arash Airlines never getting animated. Yeah, that's one of the big ones. Same thing with Sky High Rider Justice Buster Bomb. Yeah, like so my biggest issue is like I've seen people say like yeah, like LB6, right? I don't give a shit if they animate LB6 or not. And part of the reason why I don't is as much as I would like to see it animated, the problem is it's just going to be LB6, which means they're just going to have jumped everything yet again. I know this sounds like bad, right? Me saying like they should actually animate every single one of these stories. But it's kind of the truth. Like a little bit, if they had actually gone in a contiguous line and done all of this, it would be so much better for it. And let me make a point for this. It's the exact same issue I have with the El Malloy Case Files anime as well. Like, they really need to, like, go in order and present things as they actually are for people to be able to understand it better. And I think if they did, there would be a lot more interest in it. Problem with that is, that's a shit ton of money and that's a shit ton of work. I would say keeping Sherlock or a couple other important characters and in Camelot anime was a big mistake if they plan on explaining things for any Lost Belt anime that comes out. They'll be wondering where the heck Sherlock came from. Yeah, no, it's like I said, I think like all the stuff that they cut, and don't get me wrong, they kind of had to cut some stuff, chat. Why? Why did they have to cut stuff from Babylonia and Camelot? Well, because Camelot's a movie, which is going to result in quite a bit of a shorter script. So whenever you do a movie, especially if it's based off a book, you have to cut stuff. Same thing here. This game's basically a light novel, or sorry, a visual novel. So it's like they have to cut stuff from it. And Babylonia, the problem was that while it is an anime, it's a like what, chat? Is it like 21 episode anime? And then they did the Solomon movie, which is probably where the 3 missing episodes are. It's probably a deal for roughly 24 episodes of runtime because both were done by Cloverworks. And so I think like doing the Solomon movie is one of the reasons that stuff had to get cut from Babylonia. You didn't get adequate explanations for certain scenes and stuff like that. And I think that's kind of one of the like major issues with Babylonia that I have. Because I liked Babylonia. I thought Babylonia was good overall, but like there's definitely some stuff that got carved out of it that probably shouldn't have. Yeah, like the Solomon movie to me is a little bit of a travesty with how it's set up. Like I've explained this to you guys before, but for those of you guys that have watched the Solomon movie, you know. But for those of you guys that haven't, one of the big things that happens, and there's two major problems I have with the Solomon movie. Okay, it's still watchable, it's still relatively enjoyable, but there's two major problems. The first is that essentially the main character is given a new mystic code that was not a thing. He did not have this mystic code. Okay? This is like if you've ever seen Lord of the Rings and read the books. There's a problem in Lord of the Rings. In Lord of the Rings, the movies, the hobbits are given daggers by Strider at Weathertop just prior to their attack from the Nazgul. These daggers technically have no significance. In the books, the hobbits find the daggers in the Barrow Mound, basically, that is attached to the kingdom of Angmar. These daggers actually have the capability of killing or at least like hurting a Nazgul temporarily. They are very significant daggers for part 3. So you have the same problem if you go back and you look at whatchamacallit. Oh god, chat, I lost my train of thought. What was I talking about before this? Mystic Codes, thank you. Yeah. I literally couldn't remember. I was like, were we talking about Babylonia? It's like, no, it's Solomon movie that I was trying to make the point on. So it's the same issue here. You give the main character, the protagonist, a new mystic code. That new mystic code allows him to punch really fucking hard. The protagonist then proceeds to punch Goetia really fucking hard. The problem with this, that's not how it's supposed to work. What this does, this cycle here eviscerates the protag. This kills any feeling of epicness that the protag actually has if you know the way it's supposed to work. In the movie, it's done in a way where it's like, oh, bro landed an epic punch. The problem is, in the game, bro landed a completely normal punch. And it's actually because he is a normal, weak-ass human being that punched Goetia that, like, it literally made Goetia stop. Because he was like, huh? Like, you're so weak. Why do you keep fighting against me? Why would you punch me? Goetia actually, like, wonders this. And it's like, it kind of gets rid of that entire thing. That, like, the main character was so much of a badass that without any power, any capability of their own, they were still willing to put it all on the line and go up and punch fucking God, basically, in order to do that, right? So, like, when you give the Mystic Code instead to him, it gives him a reason to have punched Goetia so hard, which causes a complete change in the meaning of the scene, which is stupid and dumb and bad. And that's one of my big issues that I have with it. The second issue, I'm not going to elaborate on this. Y'all know it's faux. So fucking stupid. But yeah, like, to me, they did not need to make those changes. And those two changes make Solomon absolutely less and worse than it is in the game. They made it an end credit scene. Yeah, and it's like, it's actually one of the most significant things of part 1. So, like, that's part of the reason I'm not going into it. But it's like, it's stupid. To be fair, most anime adaptations kind of suck. I don't know. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that's being fair at all. I feel like some anime adaptations are fine. But, like, I don't know. The Solomon movie in particular is like, it was bad because they changed stuff and they didn't need to change it. I've said this before, this is a major issue with Hollywood. And I know it's not Hollywood that's making this, but I assume somewhat of a similar philosophy is what guided this decision making. In Hollywood, a lot of people, I think that they need to change the way something is adapted so that it's different from the source material, so that there's a reason for people that have read or seen the source material to still watch the movie. This is such an asinine take. Because if you're a fan of something, like let's say you're a fan of a book and it's getting made into a movie, all you want to see is it made into a movie. You don't want anything changed. You want it exactly as is. You want to relive that epicness, that nostalgia from having read the book. So when you change it, all it does is it pisses people off. It's very rare that they change something for the better. And usually when that's the case, it's because the author specifically asked for something to be changed. But yeah, it's like they think that they have to do it in order to get people to watch. But again, the reality is the fans of the series were going to watch it anyways. And if anything, all you do is risk pissing them off when they find out, oh, this scene changed before they actually watch it. The director should still try to make it their own while being faithful. Like with the movie The Conformist. I've never seen The Conformist, so I don't know. And I'm not sure I necessarily agree with that assertion. Like, yeah, the director has to kind of make it their own, but it's already their own because it's a movie. It's a completely different medium. And there's a value to making a movie, or in this case, an animated show, as opposed to something that is a lot more static like a book or a manga. Okay? There are different things you can do when you transfer it into that medium that will naturally make it your own. How you choose to frame the shots, how you choose to handle the pacing. Again, you have to determine, especially if it's coming from like a book, what stays and what gets cut. But you generally want to try to do it as faithfully as possible and minimize the amount of change getting made so that it is, again, calling back to that original source material and doing it justice. The more changes that you make to it, the more it's not going to call back to that and the more problems there are going to be. Now, I do think there are certain things where, like, for instance, something that's written in a book where it's like, okay, now we have to actually go film the scene. We can't physically do it. How do we do this? Like, that I get, where it's going to be like something way more up to interpretation and the person's going to have to change it due to the change in medium. I think that's okay. But I think when you kind of just go off and make a change that did not need to be made, that's just inherently worse, especially if the author themselves was not requesting said change. They could always make a season of Camelot, maybe 5-episode OVAs. Yeah, I feel like Camelot got done dirty in that regard. Like, the fact that they made it into a movie, I did think the movies are largely fine, but I do think that it got done dirty because of how much got cut out and how much they really simplified certain scenes. Like, for instance, you don't actually get that much in the way of, like, the fight between Mordred and Sanzang there, though that scene is very nice. So it's like they interpreted that in a different way, but I'm okay with that. The issue at play is it would have been nice to get even more of it, and that's the issue with having a movie. You don't get more of it. Changes from the comics are what the creators wanted but couldn't convey before. Yeah, like you've seen that quite a few times where an author is like, okay, my work is getting adapted to a show or a movie. I would like to make these changes because of, criticisms that have occurred over the years, or like, hey, it wasn't received well. I'd like to try this instead, that sort of stuff. I think if the author's asking, there's a different reason to do it, and I think that's okay at that point. That's you trying to make the story better, as opposed to you trying to leave your own mark on the story, which is frankly one of the biggest issues I have with Hollywood right now. Hollywood sits there and thinks that it can do better than the source material, when the reality is a lot of the Hollywood writers are Hollywood writers for a reason, and not a like popular, critically acclaimed novelist for a reason, right? That covers the story chapters a season apiece. Yeah, I think it's because it would probably be expensive. Also, the flip side to that, I assume, is that if you do it in the way where you go like season to season, I think the developers probably look at that and they go like, well, then why do you play our game? So they probably think that if they adapt everything, that there would be no reason to play FGO. Whereas to me, I think if anything, they should have just waited and had some sort of time gap. So like, what they should have done is, as they started Lost Belt, they should have started doing the part 1 animes. And then once they're done with Lost Belt, they start doing the Lost Belt animes as they're doing Ordeal Call. The problem with this is, that sounds great, but Lost Belt literally lasted like 7 years of actual like time. So, oh boy, that's not exactly going to be easy for them to do. Right? They'd have to really stretch that one out. It's been 10 years, so they may as well do it. I mean, it's been 10 years, so at this point, there's really no reason to. Like, for better or worse, and I think a lot of people don't understand this, but a lot of animes are developed not to make money themselves, but instead to drive people to purchase products and merchandise. So it's almost like with consoles, where consoles were like sold at a loss in order to sell more video games. It's the same type of deal where it's like an anime is usually produced in order to drive the more profitable products. All those single season light novel adaptations, yeah. And that's how some anime adaptations do get to be bad, is when like the story has to quote unquote end because they don't want to do more, but the story's not supposed to end at that point. So they have to like come up with some like kind of like crappy like forced ending, basically. I think if they nailed an LB6 anime, they could get a lot more eyes on the game. Probably. I don't dispute that in the slightest. Like, I'm not going to say LB6 wouldn't be good. I'm going to say, chat, I cannot fathom LB6 and all the craziness that goes on with it and them doing it justice with a normal show. Yeah, I'd almost have to have a prologue. Like, people are already confused with Babylonia. I mean, yeah. People are confused with LB6. Like, for instance, people take everything that Oberon said to them at face value. Even though Oberon literally tells you he's a liar. And he gets absolutely proven to be at multiple instances and admits to it. And yet, like, people will still read everything that he says and assume that everything that he said is 100% accurate and that he wasn't lying to you. And you're like, huh? All right, Chad, I'm just taking a second here to eat some chips because I'm actually pretty hungry.
It's also a reason Nasu has already said source material is the king. The rest, like anime adaptations, are funny add-ons. Yeah. Yeah, see, the problem with that, JC, they really haven't had a 52 episode like Fate anime. So that would already be like the biggest undertaking that Fate has ever had. Just to do one of those. I mean, like, look at Fate Stay Night. Like, look at the visual novel and compare like the individual routes to their respective adaptations with like anime and movies. The routes themselves have way more. Those adaptations just kind of hit the high points. Blood thinks Fate is One Piece or Bleach. Listen, Blood. Fate could be, but 50 episodes does not turn you into One Piece or Bleach, especially when One Piece is over 1,000. We need the bad end, yeah. I mean, you could do a bad end. Like, an example, this is like literally what Curb just said, like Steins Gate, right? Steins Gate kind of has the bad endings in it. That's one of the reasons I actually liked the first season of it. I did not like the second season of Steins Gate. I thought it was pretty kind of garbage because, well, it definitely had some interesting stuff. It didn't hit the same as the first season, and it largely was not a sequel to it, but rather a continuation of it that was like looping back into itself. But there's ways you can do the bad ends. Like, you could have a character wake up from a nightmare, and the nightmare was one of the bad ends, right? How not to do a bad end last encore? Listen, last encore was not too good. But last encore is the biggest reason why Strange Fake needs to be good. Is it worse than Apocrypha? Apocrypha's fine. I see a lot of people that shit on Apocrypha. Apocrypha was good. Isn't it just the West that hates Encore? I don't know. I don't really care. I didn't like it. But the reason why I say it is because, to me, the last 3 Fate things to come out, like movie wise here, and I'm gonna exempt the Camelot movie, right? I'm gonna say it was Babylonia, Heaven's Feel, and Last Encore. Okay. Heaven's Feel, largely movie releases. You kind of either had to know or probably didn't watch it. And that's kind of one of the issues I have with Heaven's Feel. Heaven's Feel doesn't really explain too much. It assumes that you're already a fan of the series, and it just builds off of the prior ones. Similar to how, like, the other entrants to Stay Night did. They've all, like, each entrant to Stay Night has assumed that you have watched the prior released versions. In that regard, I don't really fault Heaven's Feel. This means it's not necessarily the best entry point for somebody, like, new to the series. Babylonia was based off of a Fate game, FGO, as you guys know. And the problem with that is, I think some people chose not to watch Babylonia because it was yet another, quote, FGO anime. And so a lot of people just, I think, ignored it. Last Encore was kind of the last real non-FGO Fate anime. And I don't think it landed well. I think it got a bad rap, at least amongst the Westerners. Like I said, I don't know if JP liked it. But so, to me, this is a problem. Because I think from the outside looking in, a lot of people think that this is Fate. So they're just either unaware of Heaven's Feel, think that this is just more FGO slop, and don't think that this was good. This is why Strange Fake needs to be good. Strange Fake needs to kick this out and supplant it as, hey, there's a new popular non-FGO Fate anime. Wow, it's really good. Let me go watch it. And I think that like actually will really help it. And I say that, you know, I obviously discounted the Camelot movie, but there was also El Malloy. But same thing. El Malloy's kind of niche. I think like a lot of people that maybe would have wanted to get into Fate probably started to watch El Malloy and were like, what the fuck is this? Releasing an episode a year won't help. Yeah, I agree. What was wrong with it? Was it boring for Last Encore? Last Encore has major pacing issues. Like, I've heard people say that it got better with the addendum that they added to the end of it. Like the extra couple of, was it an episode, chat, or was it a couple episodes? There was Prisma too. We don't talk about Prisma. Prisma gives us all a bad rap. I liked it. No, it's fine if you guys liked it. I'm just saying. Last Encore had pacing issues. As a result, I think a lot of it was on the director. It was Studio Shaft that handled it. And so I don't think it ended up being very well received because it kind of got bogged down pretty hard in the middle portions of it. And that basically, I think, made a lot of people check out. As a result, I think it influenced the series' reputation. And I think a lot of people basically, like, you guys got to understand, prior to Last Encore, like, Fate hadn't had a miss, really. Like, I know some people, like, that don't feel like Apocrypha was good, right? I'm going to tell you Apocrypha was pretty well received at the time and had a lot of like critical acclaim as well. So I don't think Apocrypha was a bad thing for Fate by any means, even though some people have differing opinions on it. But Last Encore to me is like where when it came out, I think a lot of people just kind of checked out at that point. I think a lot of people just said like, I don't know what this is. And then Fate was already doing FGO. And I think a lot of people like again, FGO does not have the best reputation out there. So I think when FGO anime started coming out, I think people just ignored them. My biggest issue with Apocrypha is that like Apocrypha needed more time to actually flesh out the characters, because Apocrypha has the biggest like set of characters of any of the like Fate animes that have been made, and that is kind of a problem because it needed more time to actually flesh them out. Like in a weird way, technically, like the Solomon movie has even more that show up, but like they're just kind of more like cameos than an actual like, hey, this is a character of your series. So to me, Solomon handled it better in a weird way. With Apocrypha needed like, I don't know, maybe like 5 more episodes, and it would have probably helped it out a ton. But honestly, I think you could have gone a full extra like 12 episodes. It was supposedly hell according to a video I watched about Fate Watch Order, but that's about all I knew. Well, yeah, the meme is always that that's hell you're walking into, which is obviously a like reference, right? So that's fine. The problem is a lot of people like try to make Fate sound like FGO sound like at this point that it's just like some sort of like terrible money grubbing game that will like rob you at gunpoint, and that like the game is just wholly unfair to you, and you'll never have anything good. Whereas like to us on the inside now, we look at this game and we go like, the only problem with this game is that the gacha system is what it is. We all know that the gacha system is what it is. And while the gacha system is what it is, it's brutally fair. Like it sucks that it's the way that it is, but it is fair, and they don't monkey with the rates really compared to like some of the other games where you have like fluctuations and stuff like that. So it's just straightforward in that regard, and it's the way the old school gachas used to work. Doesn't make it good, but that's always been its biggest criticism. But people would like to now instead criticize like various other things about the game. But that's the thing. You either hear nothing about FGO or you hear bad things about FGO. It's usually like one of those two things. And the coin situation? I mean, the coin situation is a problem with the dev zone making. I think we'd all agree with that. Okay, chat, let's do Chaldea, boys. Oh god, they went ape shit this year with the friggin' banners. I think this is just a point ladder. I don't think there's anything unique to it, which, I mean, that's typically Chaldea, boys. Wait, only bonus for the ladders from the gotcha seas? Hold on. Oh, we don't have a shop sea this time. Oh, wait, yeah, no, okay. It's because it's Chaldea Boys. So you get to pick a craft essence for free. That's why. Chaldea Boys always works that way. Yeah, that's I always forget about that the second we start Chaldea Boys, but that is the way it works. I'm just trying to like make sense of this because the way fandom broke this down this year is freaking weird. The Osaka campaign's its own thing. This is a memorial summoning campaign. This is the pre-release campaign for the Bespectacled Testicles event. Wait, were they just reducing the cost, or was this adding it back? Because I seem to remember that these were not available for a while. I'm so confused. Did they not give us a breakdown of each of these? Like, these are the craft essences, but normally they let us see. Also a My Room update. These are on the actual event page. Yeah. Let me just see if I can split that out. Can't. I guess I could just open another tab with it. Wait, then what's the difference between here? This is the pre-release campaign. This was, I guess, just like they announced the event and then they said this was all coming. Because this just looks like it's more of the pre-release campaign. March 8th to March 16th, March 13th to April 7th. Yeah, it's so weird how they do this. I guess it's just the normal campaign. Here's my craft essence. I'll probably order it like that. Okay. Jesus. Let's see. What did we hypothesize? March 5th, so we're 12 days ahead. Hey guys, my name's Kadroth, and today I'm going to be talking to you about the Tales of the Chaldean Heavy Industries event coming up on NA, aka this year's Chaldea Boys event. So this one's going to be another interesting one for a couple of reasons. It's going to be the usual Chaldea Boys affair, as we're going to have a couple of campaigns. Before that, we've got a pre-release campaign that'll be starting here probably pretty shortly. We're currently expecting the event, since we already kind of have the pre-release campaign, actually, I think. We're expecting the event to be out on the 5th of March instead of the 17th, like this says here. This is the JP date. So currently the pre-campaign ends on the 3rd,
And we're basically looking at the stream probably being on the 4th, which usually then means that the actual event starts on the 5th. So that's our best guesstimate at the current point in time. That would put us about 12 days ahead of JP, where it was. Do expect us to keep and maintain this lead, and in fact, maybe even widen it as we move forward. The reason for this is going to be the fact that NA has quite a bit of juggling it needs to do at the middle part of the year due to us having an earlier anniversary than when JP normally has it. It's going to result in a little bit of a weird arrangement, as the devs promised once long ago that they didn't want to mess up our GSSRs, and so in order to do that, they need to make sure that certain events happen before the anniversary. So that's usually why we get a little bit of turmoil here in the early part of the year. It's perfectly fine. We're just going to be ahead of schedule for the time being, and so, again, you can expect the event out probably on the 5th or somewhere around then. Like I said, we have the pre-release campaign. You guys should already basically have this. We got the buddy ring in here, as well as the unlocking for all of the bespectacled glasses event, the prior CBC event from the prior year, and all of their costumes will be coming back, as long as you have completed the clear requirements, of which they are tying them into story, as you guys can see. So it's just another reason for them to kind of say, hey, you need to go out and go do story. The Amakusa costume as well will be available, but if you have spent the rare prisms on it, it will be refunded as long as you have cleared Solomon. That's going to be another nice thing. There's also going to be a trial quest for that, and again, the basically the Arthur costume unlock, pretty much the exact same deal. If you've already spent rare prisms, that'll be refunded, and the clear requirement is also Solomon. Also a trial quest for him. That's basically just going to be kind of your pre-campaign there. Now, there is an actual Chaldea Boys collection, and this one should be starting here pretty shortly. But basically, the way that this works every single year with Chaldea Boys, it's sort of like the male version of Valentine's. You can only get male units on the banners, and again, you're going to have this like CE that you end up picking. So the interesting part about this is going to be that we're still going to have some login bonuses and stuff for this, including a new command code, the Electromagnetic Shamisen. As you guys can see, increases the star absorption by 50%, as well as gaining 2 critical stars whenever you attack with a given card. It's going to be pretty good on both a quick or even an arts card. Heck, maybe even a buster card if you really wanted to generate more stars. There will be a limited My Room update alongside of this, and these are actually going to be your craft essences that you'll be able to pick from. Now, with other craft essence tickets, we'd normally advise, just pick the art that you want. This isn't a objectively bad way to play it. However, because these are actually event CEs, there is some method to this madness. That is to say, you usually want to pick a 5-star CE if possible. This usually results in you actually having a CE for gold drops, just guaranteedly for free without you having to gacha. It's also going to be a bonus to the point ladder of the event that we'll be talking about here in a minute. So there is some logic to just kind of going after the 5-star Cs, and then maybe like trying to use your FP or something like that to try and roll out a couple of the copies of the 3-star. But in general, usually the 5-star CEs are going to be the better ones to pick, just because they're usually a better craft essence overall. Now, if you plan to roll Takasugi, I would advise you probably instead to wait and roll him first, and then kind of revisit this and say like, hey, this is the craft essence I want to pick, because it may influence your choice. Maybe you use it to pick up an MLB of one of them or something like that. But otherwise, if you're not planning to roll, then feel free to just go ahead and pick the craft essence right off the bat the second you get the opportunity to. Now let's go ahead and let's take a quick look at what craft essences will be available here. So 3 in black is going to be our first craft essence here. As you guys can see, it's all attack scaling, definitely nice for that. It's also a rare defense ignoring CE, and it also has quick up and NP damage up by 20% right there. So definitely a nice one in that regard. I do think this is probably going to be one of the better choices this year, just given the overall capability of that craft essence.
Eternal Roma is going to be your other 5-star CE that's going to kind of compete with it. It's all HP scaling, which normally is not something I'd look for, but it is pretty nice defensive CE. Has damage taken, basically reduction here of 400. So it's just a permanent damage cut effect, as well as a invincibility for the next 2 attacks. So it's sort of like a Volume and Hydragium, and an interesting defensive CE to put on regardless. So in that regard, it having HP up, not too big of a demerit at that point, because it's kind of what you would look for in a defensive CE. To me, personally, I'd rather go with probably the rarer ignore defense CE here, but it's up to you if you want to try and pick Eternal Roma just for the art or because you feel like you need a defense CE instead. Proof and Rebuttal here is going to be our first 4-star. This one is split stats with arts and Buster Up and NP charge by 1 stage 1 time. Honestly, not too bad of a distribution, but it is a 4-star craft essence, so just ask yourself if that's what you want to go for. Me personally, like I said, I'd rather go for the 5 stars right now just due to the benefit that they confer in the actual event and the fact that they're usually a more valuable CE. Professor's Lunchtime is split stat. This one is charge per turn, arts up, and NP gen. This one's not too bad for just kind of throwing on, like, say, an art support or something like that. It's at least budgetary in the sense that it is only a 4-star CE. So this one's not too terrible. If I had to pick a 4-star CE, this one's probably going to end up being one of the ones I'd pick. However, Brilliant Springtime, not too bad either, as this one's all attack scaling, and it actually gives you debuff immunity for 1 time, as well as NP generation rate by 20%. This does have its own unique uses, as again, just being able to come into battle and immediately be debuff immune before anything can possibly affect you is definitely a nice thing. I do think this has its occasional uses, especially with it being a 4-star CE, so it's a little bit cheaper. But again, it's up to you to determine. I do think this one can be another nice one for consideration if you maybe don't care for either of the 2 5-star CEs. Now with your 3-star CEs, you've got 4 your letters here. It's star absorption and critical stars per turn, split stats on the leveling. And then all the way bang here, basically being another all attack scaling CE with sure hit and buster performance up of 5%. Altogether, not too terribly strong, but with this on a 3-star CE, at least it's kind of budget friendly in that regard. Withered with an interesting evening discussion here is going to be basically HP per turn as well as NP damage. So that's going to have its own uses as well, just for kind of the sustain of the craft essence. It's honestly altogether not a terrible CE to go for. So I do think that could be an interesting one as a 3-star. And then Illuminating the Veil of the Darkness is going to be our last one, where it's all HP scaling. It's evasion for 1 attack and critical attack chance resistance by 5%. To me, not really that good of a CE, but up to you if you want to go after it. And you can see each one of these is going to give the associated currency as well. So you're going to get the bronze currency, as well as, it scaling in terms of how many points it'll give towards the ladder there, based off the rarity. So in general, not picking the 5 stars, just kind of hampering yourself for at least the point gain because you'd naturally have it. But like I said, if you plan to gotcha anyways, you'll probably be rolling in these Cs, so it won't be that big of a deal. So again, you're going to be able to pick one of those. I highly recommend, again, like I said, picking the 5-star, but choice is yours, so choose wisely. They also did some Twitter gifts back then, just interesting little posters and banners as well as icons if you guys wanted to use them. I do find them to be interesting that they started to do this stuff. It was actually nice because a lot of the things they had done historically, instead of being for Twitter, had been for Line and stuff like that, which most of the global people just don't use. So it's definitely an interesting thing there. And then now we move into the actual event, which, like I said, you guys can expect probably on March 5th. Should be about when this will come out. So this one is going to be your standard 3-week affair, which means it's going to last quite a bit of time. And Chaldea Boys events are usually pretty straightforward, usually pretty cut and dry. Story's going to be pretty good for this one. I think a lot of people will actually learn to like Takasugi more than they already do. And this one will be interesting in that regard at least. But as far as event mechanics go, again, Chaldea Boys, pretty straightforward. So you guys can see we will be getting a main quest. It will unlock basically at both point total amounts as well as each successive day. So pretty much just on a day-to-day basis for the at least like first like week there, it'll be coming out, and you'll get a free quest with each of them as it comes out as well. So each successive free quest will basically just be better for you. Your new unit is going to be Takasugi. I already do have a unit analysis video for him out, so if you want to go check that out, feel free to. It is 2 years old, but it largely still holds true. And again, you guys can see they basically added some photography here for the areas that you're going to go visit. Now, you are going to have event bonus units. However, these bonuses are going to be both bond bonus and damage bonus. Nothing in the way of actual currency bonus, no point bonus, nothing like that. So it's pretty straightforward as to whether or not you have to use these units. To me, you don't have to. Choice is yours. If you want maybe more bond, you can feel free to go for it. But you guys can see Mao Nobu and Takasugi are going to be your 200% damage bonus units with 50% bond bonus there. And then Emiya Alter, as well as some of our low stars here, are going to be your 50% damage bonus with 30% bond bonus. And then interestingly enough here, we have Okuni, who has no bond bonus whatsoever, which is rather odd. The other male servants here will all gain no damage bonus, but 20% bond bonus. If you use any other male servants during the event, they will get this effect. There are some exceptions to this. Those exceptions are units that have some sort of like mixed setup or category here where like maybe they're not considered typically male, but they do have a male somehow in them, or they're just kind of on the line. Now, this is going to be when you guys are going to get your strengthening basically for again, Demia here, just to pop him open real quick. You can see it's an upgrade to his projection magecraft. Makes it way, way better in terms of now he has charge to actually be able to get to his NP, and he is going to get the upgrade basically to 3 attacks, 3 turns here of 30% on these. So it's definitely going to help him pop off a little bit more consistently, as well as get back to that NP a lot faster. And then with the summoning campaigns, there's actually going to be a couple here. Again, this is going to work just like Valentine's Day to an extent, except now you can only roll male units or, again, general neutral units. So you guys can see there's going to be separate pities for each one. Your first one that will operate the entirety of the event is going to be Takasugi here. You're going to have Tame Tomo and Taigong Wang each having their own separate banner. Each one of these is going to basically last for a day, is the way to understand it. You're going to have Dioscuri and Xiong Yu, Nemo and Ku Alter, Enkidu and Tesla right there. Vlad, Old Man Lee, Achilles, God, my brain is dying here. Napoleon, Ozzy, Karna, and Arjuna. There we go. Finished it off. And again, the craft essences will all be on rate up on each of these. So if you guys want more, feel free to roll. If you're maybe trying to target one of these units, again, your units that are here are usually going to be permanent units. They're going to be at worst story locked, but never really any limiteds will actually appear here other than Takasugi himself. So realistically speaking, not too much you got to worry about. Pity is for each individual banner, so if you want multiple pities on the same banner, not going to happen. But if you want multiple pities across multiple banners, that can certainly be a thing, as each individual unit will have their own pity. But keep in mind that it's not necessarily going to be something you'll want to try and do. We are also going to get a second summoning banner here, pretty much about a week into the event here for Mao Nobu. This one's also going to have Izo on rate up, so if you guys want to try your hand at getting more copies of Mao Nobu, she's a much much better AoE Buster Avenger nowadays in the Coin Sky and Oberon system. And Ezo, still a limited 3-star, so hard to get your hands on him otherwise. And then Summoning Campaign Part 3 is going to be a week after that. This is actually going to be a raid up for Sakamoto Ryoma Lancer from last year. So if you guys want to try and get him from the Guda Guda event in the prior year, that'll be a thing. So this isn't technically a Guda Guda event, but it kind of is a Guda Guda event. So the way to think about it is just treat it like it's a Guda Guda, even though it's a Chaldea Boys, and you'll definitely understand why certain units are appearing. The event shop is just going to have 3 currencies, so relatively straightforward. You guys can see the Waraji Katsudan here is going to be your gold material. It's going to have a crystallized lore in the shop, the LB 5.5 Flaming Oni Hearts, the lamps, the Tear Stones of Blood, the LB 5 circlets, and then your typical gold statues. I did just get the guide out last week for class score, so if you guys haven't already, go check that out. I talked about, trying to gather statues, particularly in events in which you roll the gacha. That way you have a lot of craft essences, so you have more efficiency during the event, which means that you can buy out more of the shop. So getting things like this, definitely to your benefit. But again, you could always go to like the 90++ node and try to like farm up as much as you can. If you get everything done ahead of time, maybe just consider keeping going for a little bit more to grab the statues if you need to pad those up. We got the 4-star foes here, 1 copy for each of them. The silver material here is going to be your Sayama Ocha. This is going to include another crystallized lore, the reactor cores from LB3, the Eternal Gears, basically, from London, the Giant Rings from LB2, and the Dust from the very beginning of the game, as well as your silver statues, which you're still going to need some of them for class score, so ask yourself if you need it. 1 more copy of the gold 4-star attack foe. And then the 3-star / bronze material here is going to be your Zeri Deep Fry. And this is going to include Meteor Horseshoes, the Fangs, the Pages, the LB6 Bells, the Bullets from LB1, 1 more copy of the gold attack foe here, as well as your normal foes. So these are obviously good to pick up just to try and foe all of your units. I highly recommend it. And then all of your Ember stacks. At minimum, I recommend picking up the 5 and the 4-star ones. The 3-star ones, you don't necessarily have to, but even they can be good to actually just go ahead and burn in order to sell for mana prisms. This would be basically a 100 mana prism stack otherwise. So definitely not a terrible thing. The thing to keep in mind, there is no event craft essence that you will get from the shop this time around. The reason why is because, again, you can choose one of those craft essences that we mentioned earlier. So the only way to get point reward bonus is from the craft essence that you choose and any other sort of craft essences that you end up rolling in the gacha if you do roll. So here's your point ladder. You guys can see it's going to go all the way up to 3 million. Just a little bit of a preview on the rewards here. But you guys can see definitely some nice stuff, including tickets and Ascension materials, as well as some apples. And then even a crystallized lore or 2 in here. Actually 3 in here, as there's one at 1 million, 2 million, and 3 million, with it being the final reward in the actual ladder, as well as some gold foes. Definitely some nice stuff. This is going to be a ladder you're going to want to complete if possible. But at the end of the day, remember, a lot of the lion's share of the rewards happens pretty early on compared to later in the ladder. So the choice is yours as to whether or not to complete it, but it should be something you can do on natural AP regeneration as long as you're kind of staying on top of the event. The main quest, just kind of scrolling right on down here to the end, will grant you a grail, so that's something to keep in mind with regards to that. So definitely don't skip out on the event if you want a nice free grail. And then the free quests are definitely going to be interesting. So let's go take a look, because I don't actually remember even what the 90+ or 90++ in this are. So let's see here. That appears to be your plus, which is going to make this your plus. And again, like you can also do the 90. The 90 is always going to be a 333 node. This one's going to be fairly easy, but if you can't do any of the others, you could always step down, try to loop this maybe with your like Summer Valkyries or something like that. Taking a look at this, this is going to be your 90 plus. This is a 313 node, but it's all berserkers, so you should have a ton of ways of being able to handle this. Basically, everybody works, including units like a Rash or Habitrot, where you can use them to kind of kill the front wave and then let somebody else handle 1 to 2 of the other waves. So there's a lot you could do for setup, even if you don't want to use something like Plug Suit. I do think this is still a very, very achievable and doable node. And keep in mind, the 90 plus does reward you all the shot materials as well as still points for the ladder. And then as we look towards the plus plus node, this one's going to be a lot spicier. The real problem is actually not going to be the sabers too much. Most people should have an archer that is capable of handling these. The big issue is going to be the 600k berserker there, wave 1. It is definitely an interesting one, as it is a big ol' Nobu that you're going to have to try and kill, which does at least have the super large trait as well as the giant trait, but not really much else that you can exploit there. It has no gender, it's man attribute. So you are going to see some people trying to like 3-turn over the top of this node. It is a thing that can be done. Just keep in mind, it's actually one of the least health value 90 plus plus nodes we've ever had. Part of this, I think, is due to the fact that it is actually including sabers, and a lot of our archers are not necessarily up to snuff in terms of raw firepower. So I think they kept it a little bit on the easier side. Plus, while there is damage bonus units, there are not damage bonus craft essences, so they didn't really try to hyperinflate the health too much. Like I said, the big problem is probably going to be that Nobu in the front line for you guys, and that's going to be one of the bigger issues that you guys can have. So the 90 is preferable if you need points. There you go. And that's another interesting way to look at this. If you guys are trying to get everything done at once, farming the 90 plus or 90 plus plus, you're ready to go. But if you just need points, you can step down to the 90. So maybe if you've done the shop, maybe if you've rolled especially, that would be the way to handle it. And that can make things a lot easier for you guys trying to farm this out. But yeah, that's going to be your free quests in general. Now, taking a look here, we do have a challenge quest as well. You guys know CQs are definitely going to be a little bit more spicy. A lot of effects on this one. Just keep that in mind. There is quite a bit to go through here. The big thing I'm scrolling down for you guys to see, this will grant you another crystallized lore as usual. So make sure you try to get the CQ done in time when you have the opportunity to. Thankfully, with the Chaldea Boys event, you don't have to deal with the whole like craft essence situation like you do with Valentine's Day. So this one's going to be a lot more of a relaxed and easygoing event. You don't have to worry too much about stressing this one out. No real reason to skip it. It's just free resources as long as you do it. So I highly recommend sitting down and making sure you still take the time to do the Chaldea Boys event, because it's going to be relatively easy. But again, that 90 plus plus node is going to be a little bit spicy. Try to come up with something that can handle that Nobu for you. And we will see you guys for the next one. Good luck on Chaldea Boys. Good luck if you plan to roll. And again, may the courts be with you. Okay, there we go. Now looking forward to that 90 plus plus. Like I said, the whole reason I emphasized that the Nobu was the problem is because the Nobu is the problem. Most people have some way of handling the 90 plus plus sabers. What they don't have is what the fuck is that 600k Nobu there. That's the issue they're going to keep running into. Another one down. Yes, another one bites the dust. Just give me 1 second here, chat. People use Cursed Arm. Yep, you can do stuff like that. Yeah, feel free when we get the video posted tomorrow. If you guys got solutions for it, go post it on there. Sure, people would like to see that. Maybe I don't have a cap on my Discord transfer limit. That's hilarious if that's the case. I'm gonna keep abusing that. I'm Discord Nitro, so I don't know if that's like helping that somehow. I'll be using Squirtle Johanna for it. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be interesting. I wait, yeah, who's the 400k? Oh, it's Jason. Yeah, Johanna might be able to do some hard work against him. But yeah, it's like doing stuff like that. That's an easy way to get through. The problem is, as always, like having somebody that can kind of like deal enough damage while looping. And sort of the insidious nature of this one is because it is a berserker. It's kind of like, what the heck? You're not going to get a lot of refund from it. Yeah, be right back. Give me like 2 seconds. I just need to fill me up some more water because my voice is like dying. There we go. Johanna would just overkill it. I mean, hey, it's fine. MP5 Jarcher might be okay with a Berserker append. On the 600k, maybe. Maybe if you take like Black Grail. But like, the problem with doing all this is if you're trying to take like event Cs. But I suspect most people are going to be like me. They're going to have the one event C, and that's all they're going to have. And then it's just going to take a hot second. So I don't have Johanna. So you don't have to use Johanna. But what you do need is you need somebody, like, if you try to, like, triple loop, like, say, like a Squirtoria over these 3 units, that can be done. But you need somebody to help facilitate that loop who's also AoE and can kill these other 2. That's what you kind of need. Or you can just try to brute force it, like with a Buster comp. Definitely also possible. Yeah, the 20% charge per turn is really nice. Because, like, a lot of the time Squirtle refunds, like, what is it, like 80%? Like, almost guaranteeable. So it's like that 20% is just going to be like, now it's automatic. Boom. There you go. Yeah, did you watch Oath Under Snow? No, never have. People tell me it's really good. Paracelsus should be able to do it. The numbers are close, so there's a chance of a low roll. Yeah, that's definitely one of the problems, right? I mean, again, you can you could use someone like Helena as well. Like, at least she provides charge and like charge and card type up. So like that's also a possibility. Trying to think if there's just like another obvious choice that I'm just blatantly forgetting about. Emiya? No, I mean like the issue is you want somebody that can kind of buff. So like not just themselves, but like the rest of the party there. Okay, chat. Chiron? I mean, at that point, if you're gonna take Chiron, you may as well use Chiron just to brutally murder, right? Shoo.
Don't care. Now, chat, I could do this, but I'm not going to do that. We're going to do this because I haven't gotten to do this with you guys in a hot second. And I want to show you guys the smithing. Kill the song request for right now. Was that why Okayist was asking me about jazz? Are you coming to the kingdom? Yes, twice. But just soloing it with Van Gogh. I mean, you can. Like, there's no requirement to 3-turn any of this stuff. Okay, so we got a hunting sword. Work axe. Here, chat, I'll show you guys a work axe. I didn't have a hard time with it, at least. This one's really bugging you? Why, just not have strong archers? So, this is like fully interactive. We gotta heat the metal up. So it's nice and molten-y hot. Okay, then we take it to the anvil. And then I actually have to aim this shit, and I can't strike it in the same spot. VR version win. Oh no. Gonna rotate it. But you'll see the shape actually does begin to change. No, it's not me. I mean, like, the character's whistling. We gotta heat it up again. Okay, take it to the anvil. You don't want to overheat it, because if you do, the character will scream that you're burning it. I don't really know how you burn iron, but I guess. That wasn't a good hit. If you see sparks, it's a good hit. You can quench it too soon. Yeah, that I get. Oh god, what was that? I told you it's like, it's actually somewhat difficult to aim. But you can see, it's beginning to take the shape of an axe head. I like that it's actually interactive for once. Like,
I'm halfway there.
Jesus, I'm only halfway.
It's already cooled off. It's not worth it.
Okay. So he told me basically. Yeah, I just didn't heat it enough last time. That nice white hot. Axe head from China from the one from 1849? Or 1841? Wait, what do you mean? We gotta do another media share night.
Just a bit more, and I'll be done. And that's that.
Okay, so it's finished. So now we basically reheat it up and then quench it. Which now I don't have to touch this. It's just going to do it automatically for me. There you go. It's 3-star quality work axe. I don't need to do anything with them, I don't think.
What would you like?
Yeah, he can teach me, like, tradecraft, but it costs a shit ton of money. But this is my job, chat. We are now a blacksmith. Apparently a new quest up here. Go see. No head sharpening, for shame. It's weird because you can sharpen, like, your weapon. Hello, Monka.
What do you need?
Okay, nothing. I need nothing.
Penny buns, parasols, blushes, a few orange caps, and oh, small pointy ones over by that flat rock. They didn't look poisonous.
You're having problems with the Jelliavites?
Not just me, my friend. They're the biggest bastards around. They've been nothing but trouble for years. The winter before last, they piled snow in front of everyone's doors at night, so no one could get out of their house. And last year, they broke into my cellar
Sorry,
and pissed
I think
in
it
my
was
beer barrel.
double
Gracious.
hearing.
I hope you got your aim back on them.
Not yet, no. But since you're here, I've got a plan you could help me out with. I'd
Okay.
pay you well. You can count on that.
What exactly would you like me to do?
Don't worry. I won't make you do any shoveling or pissing anything. But I'll tell you exactly what I have in mind, only after you promise to help me.
Oh,
I need to
shit.
reveal my plan, only for you to go off and tell the Jelliavites right away.
Well, if you've got it all figured out, why don't you do it yourself?
Right. And who's going to run the inn in the meantime, eh?
I will.
Besides, everyone in Jelioff knows us. If someone from here shows up there, they'll get suspicious.
Yeah, do I help him? Do I do this? Because, like, I got no idea.
All right, I'll help you.
Listen up then. Old Albram, the owner of the biggest plot of land in Jelioff, has this beautiful bull. White as snow he is, the finest animal far and wide. Obviously, he's very proud of it. Very protective too. Now we,
Oh, God.
I mean you, will give his beautiful snow-white bull a nice new coat of paint. Albram is going to lose his mind. Simple, right?
Dude, what? You can't see it, chat, because it's behind my camera, but she was just staring hard at me. She was, like, sweeping, but she was like this. She was, like, side-eyeing me, like...
Painting a bull, eh? That sounds like fun.
Right. We just have to work out a few details. First, we have to get some paint.
Oh, God,
I
I
don't
gotta
reckon
steal
we'll
it.
be able to get any here in the village. But you can try and ask Bartoszek, the tailor in Trotskovitz. I hear he dyes his own fabric. And after that, we'll have to make sure the bull stays still while you're painting it.
Oh no.
Try asking Radovan, the local blacksmith. I hear he can make some kind of sleeping potion. If you
Wait.
pour it in the bull's water trough, but watch out. That beast is enormous. You'd better put at least 3 doses.
Well, I have to say, I expected this to be easier. You could have at least given me the paint.
Oh, ain't you a little princess? No guts, no glory. And remember, it's supposed to be a joke. If you get caught or something goes wrong, the whole thing will be ruined.
Right. So I need paint, sleeping potions. Why do you and the Zhelyov lot hate each
God.
other so much, anyway?
It's their fault. They keep playing tricks on us. Olbram's the worst of them all. The nasty old codger. He's always coming up with ways to mess with us. He's
What pasture did they steal from you?
the one that stretches from the orchard behind the Takov down to the gamekeeper's lodge. It's been ours since time immemorial, but the Zhelyevites took it from us.
And how did they take it from you? You can't exactly stuff a pasture in your purse and walk away with it.
Save the jokes, will you? There's a tree down by the gamekeeper's lodge that marks the edge of our land. My father, God rest his soul, was there when they agreed on it. He got a proper ass kicking so he'd remember it, and remember it he did. But then fucking Olbram came along, claiming it was the other way round, and that pasture belonged to Zhelyov.
Well, can't you all just reach some kind of agreement?
Do you think we haven't tried? But there's no talking to the Zhelyevites. Year after year we meet in that pasture. I tell it like it was, but Olbram always starts spewing his lies. Then we end up arguing until the sun sets. And when the Zhelyevites are at wit's end, they come at us, and nothing ever gets solved. We managed to convince them to at least give us back half the pasture. But I know the whole bloody thing belongs to us. We can't just leave things like this.
And how did they take it from you?
Save the... There's a true... My father, but then
Well,
I got rep for just saying the other thing.
have you tried asking Lord von Burgov for help?
Of course, but he'd have none of it. He said it's up to the Trotskovitz bailiff to sort it out. But the bailiff couldn't care less. He said we should deal with Olbram ourselves, or he'll have us caned and clapped in the pillory.
Yeah, he already did that to me.
What's new around here?
Vostotek, Lord von Beregov's huntsman, is a regular here. He might have some work for you. He's got a cottage near Vidlak Pond. So if you know your way around the woods, you could go and offer him your help. I hope he hasn't started drinking somewhere else. He's my best customer. You could also stop by and see Old Mouth. He's the local storyteller. He could tell you all sorts of interesting things, but only if you bring him some liquor. Don't forget.
Well, it's a good thing I
have
already
some
killed the
here
hobo and
myself,
took his
if
beer.
you want. And that's all I'd say.
Sounds interesting. What's new around?
Nothing new. It's quiet.
Okay.
Can I spend the night?
Not a chance.
Okay. Fuck me, I guess. Hey, like, you can totally, like, go pull this prank for me. And I'll also tell you about work in the area, but you can't stay in my inn. Wait, hold up.
Jesus Christ be praised.
Oh, never mind. It's a butterface. Wait. Dice player.
They'll surely fall my way now. Would you like to play?
What game would you like to play?
Yeah.
Wagoners.
Let's play.
I've heard about you, but you can't beat me.
Okay. Score and continue.
be now. I want to play too, you know.
No. E for help. Every 5 is worth 50. And 3 of a kinds. Score and pass. Wait, it's supposed to give me like 1,000, but I guess it's like 3 and 1 gives 1,000. Bro, what is that? What is that loaded?
That's enough for me.
Fucking cheating ass bitch. Alright. Yeah. What now? Huh? What now? Yeah. You're gonna bust. You're gonna bust. I bet you're gonna bust.
Like that?
No, you're gonna bust.
There.
Good to see you.
That turned out all right. And now we'll see.
Oh, aye. We didn't have such dice when I was young.
What is that
we shaped them
shit?
out of clay and played with them. And they were rounded and didn't have any numbers on them.
What is that guy smoking? Like, go for 3 of a kind of the 4s right there. But let's score and continue. I think I take it and run.
You have to have a bit of sense and
I
count
just-
the dice.
Dude, stop watching me! What is that?
I
Done.
don't see what you find so complicated. I just pick them up and throw them, then I pick them up and throw them again. That's all there is to it.
I just have to take this.
Even a fool gets
You're just
lucky
kicking my
sometimes.
ass. Bust, you whore!
Well, hurrah.
My. That's what the
It's not my fault that you stole my... No, you know what? You know what? No. No. Give it back. We're doing this. Get out of my way.
Greetings. What's that?
Around like that again.
Now she won't play dice with me. Buy some loaded dice? I should. I'm just surprised they got away with punching her and they, like, didn't immediately, like, scream at me. Also, bro, that, like, you took the lady I was playing dice with. I just wanted to play her get fine. Fine, don't talk to me. Be back to kick your ass later. Where was I? There's apparently another quest here.
Good day to you.
People call you the mouth, right? They say you tell all sorts of stories.
I'm no mouth to you. My name is Dunyik. Got that? What do people call you then? Bughead? Arse face?
I'm sorry, Stenyak. I'm Henry.
Pleased to meet you. You were right about the stories. I could tell you stories so sad.
I think this
they'd
guy's
make the devil cry.
completely...
Or would you prefer something so scary it'll make the hairs on your ass turn white?
I
But
think
it's a lot of
he's
hard
so
work for
drunk.
me. Now, if you had something to drink or a couple of
I know a lot of stories too.
I know quite a few stories myself. How about a trade? A story for a story.
All right then. But if it's the one about the magic porridge pot, don't bother. I've heard it 100 times.
Okay.
And that story always leaves me feeling hungry.
I know a romantic tale.
Wait, who sells a
about
pair?
knight, his lady love, and 3 impossible tasks he had to undertake to win her heart. He had to bring her the sweetest wine, tame the wildest horse, and make a crown with the rarest gem.
And then? What happened when he'd done all 3?
The lady of his heart showed her gratitude by giving him the most precious thing she had. And I'm not talking about gold.
Ho ho! A raunchy ending. That'll be popular with the lads round here. If I were you, I'd make it longer. To last a whole evening. Add a wicked stepmother, that sort of thing. It'll be a hit. And now, I'll tell you a tale in return.
It
So
worked.
what kind of story would you like to hear?
Something sad, something scary, or something informative. I think I want something informative. Like,
I like stories that can teach me something. Stories with a moral.
Haven't you heard enough of those in church? But it's not a problem. I have just the tale for you. And it's not one you'll hear from any priest. So, once upon a time, there lived in these very lands 2 brothers. The older was called Kuba, the younger, Matthias. They were both woodcutters, like their father and his father before him. One day, at the height of summer, they were working in the woods. The air was as hot as a furnace, so Matthias went to a nearby pond to cool himself. But as he was leaning over the cold water, there was a loud splash. His axe had got loose from his belt. In haste, he began to search the muddy bed of the pond, and his hands soon touched something hard and heavy. He pulled it out and could not believe his eyes.
is that for the
pulled out
the
an
70s?
axe.
Appreciate it, my dude.
Yes.
How you doing today?
Not his old one. It was an axe made of pure silver.
Good God. I'd grab that without a second thought.
Maybe you would, but Matthias would never. He was an honest man, and with a big swing he threw the silver axe back.
What?
He searched the pond again, and this time he pulled out his own axe. Nothing but dull iron and old wood.
It's a good thing he did it, or what an idiot. I think we go with it's a good thing he did it, because I'm going to go find that axe.
I reckon that was the right choice. Who knows who the silver axe belonged to?
Well, quite. Listen on. Matthias was just about to leave when suddenly a water goblin came out of the pond, silver axe in his hands, and he said, "You're a righteous man, Matthias, and for your honesty, you may keep both axes." Matthias, not hanging around for the goblin to change his mind, took up both axes, gave us thanks, and ran to tell Kuba all about it. Kuba, however, was not best pleased with his little brother's fortune. He deeply envied Matthias for his newfound wealth. So, he set out to try the same thing. He ran as fast as his legs could carry him straight to the pond, threw his own axe in, and began a pretend search for it. Yet Kuba had no luck. He pulled out the axe he'd thrown in himself. So he tried again. Tricked by sunlight, he grabbed something shiny, only to pull out his old iron axe again. Enraged, he hurled his axe back into the water and yelled, "Fuck this axe! I want a silver one!" But the water goblin heard his shameful cry and was greatly upset by Kuba's greed. So, when Kuba reached down into the water for a 3rd time, the water goblin seized his hand, pulled him down whole to the dark depths, and drowned him.
What's a water goblin? and why does it need an axe if it lives underwater?
It's a harsh punishment.
Oh, that's so cruel. I feel sorry for Kuba.
Aye, and so did Matthias. He went to the water goblin and
Rep
begged
gained.
for his brother's body so he could take him home and bury him. But the path back from the pond led over a steep hill, and carrying the weight of the waterlogged body exhausted Matthias. He stopped to rest by an old oak tree, and he used a silver axe to cut off a branch that would serve as a walking stick. But it wasn't enough. Somehow, it was still getting harder to continue up the hill. Then Matthias realized it wasn't his brother's body that was weighing him down. It was the silver axe. The axe was the cause of all this trouble. So he started bashing the silver axe against the big stone with all his might,
Throw
trying to
it back in the
destroy it.
lake.
Yet no matter what, he couldn't even make a dent. With the last of his strength, Matthias climbed to the top of the hill. He knew he could go no further, so he found a pretty spot with a view over the valley and dug his brother a grave. There, he buried both his brother and the silver axe that had brought such pain upon them. His final act was to stick the oak branch in the ground by the grave. But lo and behold, the branch grew green leaves and became a tree. The locals have had no dealings with the water goblin since then, but some have had the bad luck to bump into him. And when you walk by the pier, where it all happened, you can still hear his chuckling.
That was a very nice story.
Story? What story? It's the truth.
Yeah, I believe you.
Why hasn't anyone gone looking for the axe then?
Because it brings misfortune. Didn't you listen to me at all? Look for yourself if you wish. Rock Tower Pond isn't far from here. The Water Goblin's Pier is somewhere among the reeds. But leave me out of it. I'm fine here with my drink. Farewell.
Kind of want a silver axe, chat. I have no idea if there's like any sort of like time limit on any of this stuff.
I need something that'll put animals to sleep. Project said you might know something.
Did you get tired of blacksmithing and take up farming instead? I just happen to know of something. I used a concoction that will put even a startled mare to sleep in no time. I once accidentally drank some and slept for 3 days. But the recipe is an old blacksmith's secret. The kind you don't just give away.
Oh,
You're in
God
the
damn it.
trade, so I can tell you. Listen up then. You take some poppy and thistle and boil them in oil. Then, after it cools off, you add a little herb Paris.
That doesn't sound too complicated. Thank you.
Did that give me an actual like recipe? Yeah, I should probably like equip that. I totally murdered a hobo for this ring, but like it's mine now. Wait, so like is this it? Is there even an alchemy bench anywhere in this place? There is, I haven't found it yet. It's your precious? Yeah. Well, like, the more finery and stuff that you wear, the more people will think that you are, like, somebody of status. So, like, I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm gonna keep getting all, like, rich shit that I can, so I can throw my weight around.
What is this? Some sort of garden or grocer? No, that's a private area. There's a random ass housewife sitting there. Now I see what that one priest was saying. Women are so sinful. All they do is sit around.
God bless. What do you need, my friend?
Yeah, this is the grocer. I'm still unsure if, like, I should be selling stuff to the vendors. Because, like, I have a bunch of, like, herbs and things.
You can't just stroll around here without so much as...
Bro, why are you walking at me? Okay, he's not walking at me. I was getting worried for a second there. Yeah, I don't see... I don't see any sort of alchemist bench. Be over the wall! Is he asleep? I hope he's asleep. I don't want that to be a dead dog. Golem? Yeah. Golem. Golem. Tavern? I think this is the tavern, yeah.
They'll surely fall my way now. Would you like to play?
What game would you like to play?
I'm getting my money back, chat.
Wagoners.
Let's play.
She can't stop me this time.
Why did I even agree to this? I'm going to lose my money again.
You're damn right you are.
Ah, nothing serious. You didn't have much anyway. Like that? Done.
Bro, what is that? This bitch refuses to bust. Okay, now I have a chance. That was a really good hand, but... Lady just rolls straight into a perfect fucking thing every time. I only have one scoring dice, and that's that right there. This, like, my hands are almost busting every time. You sure she doesn't have loaded dice? Nope. Fuck it. YOLO, it's the only way I'm gonna win.
Afraid of anything. Like that? There. That turned out all right.
Please bust. Please bust.
And now we'll see.
Please bust. You've got to be kidding me! What is that shit?
Have you lost your mind? You're going to lose everything.
I'm gonna lose everything anyways against you, bitch! What is this?
Hurrah.
They'll surely fall my way now. Would you like to play?
What game would you like to play?
Wagoners.
Let's play.
My last time, chat.
Let's see what you've got.
Triple or nothing. Like, I need her ass to bust. She...
Just can't do anything.
Thank
right
you!
today.
That's her first bust across 3 games of playing. That's 200 right there if I take that, but... Score and continue. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a straight, isn't it? Worth 500. See. Wait, why can I not select this? Does it have to be on one hand? That means that, like, her getting the straight is, like, even more ridiculous. That pisses me the fuck off.
If I was you, I'd take it.
If I was you, I'd shut the hell up, woman.
Let it be.
I think we gotta risk it. Oh, we did. Okay, now I score and pass. I'm not risking more.
Bit of sense and count the dice.
Good night, Katana. She's rolling for more. Holy shit. This woman just lives and breathes luck.
Then another 5.
Like, it's ridiculous how she just, like, absolutely lucks her way into some of this.
And a 6.
Yeah, it's only worth 200. Think she just loaded dice? I don't know. It's like, it's too lucky, though. It's not like she's getting all ones. Fuck it. I don't care. It's only 200. Hope for something more.
Ah, nothing serious.
Yeah,
You
it's...
didn't have much anyway.
said as much.
Fucker.
Greetings to you.
Wait. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Who's the lucky one now, bitch? Who got lucky now? Give me my fucking groschen. That's right. I just SSR'd your ass. Wait, can I play you?
Don't be a...
How about trying your luck at dice?
What game would you like to play?
Let's
Bro
play
can only
beggars.
afford beggars.
Let's play.
I hope Lady Luck will be on my side.
Oh, I almost got it again. Holy shit.
Good day to you, friend. On those
Gonna
dice
take the
sad,
200
just
right
let
there.
them sit there. Finished. Your turn.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't think I can get full house. Gotta be 3 of a kind.
If I was you, I'd take it.
I would have too, but listen, buddy. I gotta make up for lost time because you fucking luck sacked. We play checkers? I don't think so.
God be with you.
Like this.
I don't understand. Did he just get to go again?
That's as far as I go.
To get
It's
interesting,
yours.
I'm going to go somewhere else.
I don't understand what he just did. He just got to go twice before I got to go. And he literally got like 1,000 points.
Well, you're not afraid of anything.
Yeah, it's because I have to, because next round you win.
Unbelievable. I've never seen anything like that.
Hey, he literally wins just with that.
Come to Papa.
My,
I
what,
won.
that's what the smiting
What is
of
that
sod-
bullshit? What is that bullshit?
I don't have a bullet, and you won't lend me yours on any other day.
Go and see the priest first.
If he says it's all
Hell with this. I'm going out into the countryside to murder more hobos. They have all the money. Yeah, like, I assume I can buy stuff from people. I got, like, no money, and I'm not really sure how you make money in this game. I learned shepherds. Oh god, that is dark. How did I...
think it's R. Yeah. Don't worry, chat. What could possibly go wrong? We're just alone in a forest at night. Also, I found my horse. We're gonna find a way to get it from the guy. Continue when you scored a full straight. Really? Did it? That's fucking wild. Apparently a nest right here. Up in the tree. A nest up in that tree. Boy, this ain't much for a big road. I also can't see shit. The fuck is this?
A stranger? What the fuck are you doing here?
I'm gonna bash your face in!
Bad luck!
Show your stuff! I'm all yours.
Okay.
Show your stuff!
Get him!
Okay.
Show what you're made of! Take that!
Damn it. Come on. I don't know why they suddenly wanted to kill me, chat. What was their problem? Ooh, sweet pancake. Can I eat this? Bro's at least got an embroidered shirt. Okay. Find people in the woods alone at night. And I was like, I snuck up on them and I was like, okay, they're not vagabonds. They're just villagers. Surely they'll be fine. I pull out my torch and they're like, oi, you got a license for that torch? I'm like, I guess it's time to die. Okay, so that's a 4. I now have a hat, chat. These are all things that I already wear. Gamison, I'm already wearing. Already wearing my best pantaloons. So it looks like those are better than what I'm wearing. Also can't tell if like food goes bad. I think it does. Wait, am I headed the right direction? Yeah. The right direction. I think this is the tree that they were up against. Cat's becoming a murder hobo? Listen, that one's not my fault. That one was self-defense, okay? Like, they're the ones that attacked me. Okay, so this is a bridge. Going this way will lead me to Zelachov. Wait, camp by the road. How do I camp? Is there a way to make a camp? They need like a search or something. Hmm. Like, what's the point in discovering camp by the... Oh. I mean, I have a torch, but... Doesn't look like I can light the,
There's nothing left here. There's nothing to eat here.
Well, I get that, but can I cook myself? Okay, looks like I can at least sleep here. I didn't get robbed or murdered in my sleep. Let's go. Wait, but that didn't restore health. Uh-oh. That's kind of annoying. Who are you?
Greetings to you.
I can pull him down. But he seems like a kind mercenary, and there would be a witness. Damn, girl's just classified as a beggar. Catch pole? I assume that's a fisherman. Kinda need to bathe before anyone from town actually spots me. Because I'm coated in blood from murdering those 3 dudes. Okay. Now at least the rest of my stuff isn't. So where is this? Is it just the Zelajov wagon or something? You discovered lodgings. You discovered dice. See, like, he doesn't seem like...
my friend.
Like, they don't seem like they'll sell me anything. Discovered drying rack. Guess I don't need the torch anymore. Bro, nice pig. Dude, no one in that place is like talkable to. But it's okay, we should be fine. Everything you're wearing is covered in blood. Listen. Listen, I took a bath in the frickin' wash bin. Yeah, the problem I'm having so far in this game is like how to actually make money. I assume I can do like smithing to do so. And then I can sell the stuff I get from smithing. Same thing, like I can pick like herbs, right? But I like anything like food or herbs goes bad over time. And I assume it's better to like make stuff via like alchemy and then try to sell that instead, of which I don't really have a lot of recipes that I can do. What was that noise? Thinking from work on my lunch break? Oh, it's lunch for you now? Are you like a graveyard shifter? We got more shrooms. I have no idea what shrooms are even used for. I'll shroom you. Oh, well, me think me a go kill myself. Sir. Wait, that's not something I can pick. Weird. Wait, I hear a dog.
I'll get you.
Damn it. No, get off me, you stupid piece of shit. Oh my god. Dude. Come here. Fine, you run. Yo, bro.
Oh, that's a lot of blood. This should stop it.
You okay, bud? Yeah, I get it. You're in pain. I saved you. Is there, like, no interaction with you? Okay. So for hares and wolves belong to the king. Bro, I can't tell if you're, like, dying. Didn't I kill another one back in here, chat? I think I killed 2 of them, and I think he killed 2 of them. Funny because I heard a dog barking and I was like, oh, it's probably someone with their dog, and I show up and the guy's getting ambushed by wolves. It's like, the fuck, man? I didn't want to deal with that. Me think me'll go bathe myself. Worried there's gonna be another friggin' wolf in here. See, I didn't expect that I would encounter wolves during broad daylight like this. Left alt? I'm pressing left alt.
Could this be the pier from Zdeněk's story? He said Matthias carried Kuba's body up the hill from here, up to an old oak tree. That's bloody deep.
Yeah, but I'm trying to bathe. Can I not, like, just take a quick dunk? So where would be up the hill? Oh my god, what is... Like, it's gotta be like this, right? Yeah. Swear to god if I get ambushed by more dogs.
Well, there really is an old oak tree here. But what was the rest of the story? Something about smashing the axe on a rock. This could be the rock from the story. I'm on the right path.
How do you get health back? You sleep. Bonesy, thank you for the follow. Wait, didn't he say it was at the top of the hill? And that there was like a stick to mark it with a good view? Afraid I'm gonna run into like a wolf. Been trying to stream this game as well, but my stream has had poor performance. Any tips? I mean, other than like turning the graphics settings down, that's usually a tough deal. I stream with a 2-computer setup, so it definitely helps me out to divvy things up. Like my OBS and everything are on another computer that are monitoring this one. But I don't think that's something that necessarily everyone can do. The only game I've had a problem with. Yeah, I like sometimes it's an optimization issue. Have you like updated your drivers and everything? Hey, who's that?
I can't swim.
Wait, what do you mean I can't swim? I've already swum. Yeah, and only other thing I could say would be like close anything else you got running that you don't necessarily have to have. So like if you got like Chrome tabs or something like that that might eat up performance, that can also be a thing. But usually it's just something like that. You could also try just fiddling with the graphic settings and seeing what like impacts it the most for you. Yeah, it's all good. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so this was the rock. Huh. Like I said, I remember the story being he carried him to the top of the hill. Place with a good, like, viewpoint. Then marked it with a stick, which turned into a tree. I hear PCs have issues with this game. It's weird because I'm not having an issue, but I'm like a 4080 Super, so I'm not gonna say like I'm not the new 5000 series cards, but my card's pretty robust still. What is that noise? There it is. There's the grave.
A grave under the tree, overlooking the valley. This must be where Kuba, Matthias's brother, is buried, together with the silver axe. I can't do this without a spade.
Bro, the fact that I still don't have a frickin' shovel. How do I get a shovel, chat? Okay, so it was up here. And then it was just off to the left when I kept going right. Can't you blacksmith one? I don't know. I haven't, like, gotten a recipe for that or anything. Like, the only shovel in the game that I've ever had was right at the beginning of the game, and the old lady took it back from me. She was like, I need that. And I'm like, do you, though? You keep complaining that your eyes don't work and that you need your youngest daughter to do everything. Clearly, you don't need a shovel. It's too difficult for you to handle. Let me have it. Should have fucking stolen it from her. It'd be for her own good. So I'm pretty sure this is the Wagoneers then again. This is the catch pole guy.
What do you want?
Getting any bites?
Bah! Don't get me started. No luck today.
Yeah, how would you feel if I walked up to you like
Never
this?
been much of a fisherman. Crayfish, though.
Where's the best place to catch some crayfish?
The other side of the pond. There's a shallow spot. They like it there. Not only is there a lot of them, but sometimes you find these, greenish, bluish ones. Something in between. And my God, I've never had a tastier crayfish.
If you're so bad at it, why do you fish at all?
That's not the point. See how beautiful it is here?
Well, best of...
Thank you. Take care, friend.
You would think that the rain would wash off my blood. Shrooms. Wait, why is it giving me that look as if I'm being sought after? Wait, who are you people? You discovered under the bridge. Unterbruck?
Welcome, my good man. Karl von Unterbrick is the name.
I'm
Is that
Henry.
like Carl under the bridge?
No. Why? Should I be?
You've got a German face.
Honest looking, eh?
Yes.
You envy me, eh?
Of course, sir. It's a real palace.
Well, don't even think about it. It's my bridge.
It's a
And now
cave
you're
troll.
here.
Or a bridge troll,
You
rather.
wanna buy something?
You're selling something?
Of course.
Gifts from heaven? What do you mean?
Just what I said. When folks go home from the tavern, Often as not, their pistols win ute. From time to time, they drop something. Or even throw something down here. All nice stuff, it is. I'll have a look at the ware.
A weapons tub? An old tunic, jester shoes? Oh, keys. Interesting. Dice of misfortune. Precisely loaded, but also inconspicuous. Huh. The cautious cheaters die is the one I want, but I don't have money for that. Wonder what he'd take. Hmm.
Word about the price. All right, I'm listening.
Allow you to influence the price you buy or sell items for. WNS to change the offer. A counter offer that you can react to. During haggling process, the merchant's impatience level will increase. And if the indicator fills up, he will temporarily lose interest in haggling. The older your offer, the more his impatience will grow.
I'm done haggling.
Bro. Okay. How do I sell? There's supposed to be a like I don't get it.
Why are you wasting my time if you don't want anything? Eh?
I'm not gonna kill him. Not gonna kill him. Not gonna kill him. Not gonna kill him, chat. I'm not gonna kill him. I'm just thinking about it. But I'm not gonna kill him. I should kill him, but I'm not gonna kill him. That's all good, Kimba. What I need is somebody who sells a spade. I'm also not sure why it keeps showing the, like, guards are looking for me.
Greetings.
There we go.
What'll it be?
I'll have a look at your...
Okay, so she doesn't sell anything
You're a
that I
bit
can
picky,
use.
aren't you? How can I help you today?
My body is in need of rest.
Certainly.
Oh my.
Sorry.
All of that costs money, I guarantee it. So that is a bathhouse. Strange that... Oh, okay, I was gonna say, strange that it's not marked on the map, but it is.
My dog got lost not far from here. Did you see him by any chance?
I haven't seen any dogs round here for a while. But I hear there's wolves in the forest. Just the other day, a shepherd boy from Copenina complained that his sheep...
Where can I find this shepherd?
See? Here, in the tavern? No. But there was a fella here who gets by. He said once he was hunting when, right in front of him, a large pack attacked a deer. A mix of wolves and dogs, he said.
Do you know where that was?
How would I know?
I saw you have quite a nice bull here.
Do you mean the white one? It belongs to old P. Old geezer don't have nothing else on his mind besides that bull of his. He bet...
He watches the bull? How so?
He has his farmhands
So-
stand outside the barn with lanterns all night, keeping watch.
Okay, that's good to know.
I can't really blame him. An animal like that is a real rarity. I just feel sorry.
Do you think Oldbrum would sell the bull?
Who's asking? You? Take a look at you.
Wow.
Excuse me, I'm looking...
Let me guess. A dirty ruffian who ain't got a groschen to his name.
He was here then?
Aye, he was. He was larging it up, good and proper. And then he found some lads who paid his bill.
So that's Hans.
What do you mean by that? Why unfortunately?
Because they're right ruffians who are always up to no good. But still, birds of a feather, eh? In the end, they left like best pals. But
what's going on around here?
you're not going to believe this, but 2 local lads claim they found a water goblin's treasure.
You have a water goblin here?
It would be a wonder if we didn't, with all the ponds around. He's got a hut nearby. If you follow the right bank of the Rock Tower Pond, you'll find it hidden in the reeds.
Where did you say the...
If you follow the right bank of the Rock Tower Pond.
And what did they find there?
I thought so too at first, but then they ordered wine and paid with silver. Their purse was jingling with groschen.
Shit.
Would you happen to know what...
They often swim at the other side of the Rock Tower Pond.
Any other news?
Recently, a bunch of charcoal burners who have their kilns on the hill above the Kerchuk Pond came. I started talking to them and they told me they almost didn't make it.
Why?
They said a pack of...
Aren't wolves afraid?
That's what I thought too.
Did they tell you where it happened?
In a gorge, above the Rock Tower Pond. They noticed the wolves watching them from the rocks. If you climb up those rocks, you'll be able to see...
Did they tell you how large?
They mentioned 3 wolves, but God knows if that's all of them.
God damn it, dude.
Do you have any more news?
By the way, we've put together this wee fight club here.
I need like a
Would you
spear.
like to try it?
That sounds good.
It actually came about by chance when then other blokes from the village joined in. By the way, old Olbram from Zheleov keeps complaining about... If you go and see him, I'm sure he'll tell you more about it. He takes a bit of getting used...
Oh?
You'll see, and that's pretty much...
Thanks, innkeeper. Tell me more about...
It's really quite simple. You bet some money and fight against 3 blokes in turn. Our first fighter is Hans, a local musician. He may not look like much, but he knows a few tricks. Then we have Bohunek here. He works with horses, so he has more than enough strength to spare. And then there's Fiala. A good bloke, but Dorothy...
I'd like to try the fights.
Why not? But if you don't have enough money, try to go and see Crazel at the
God.
mill. He recently bragged he was going... Maybe you can...
Fine.
Cost me 100 gold just to bet my life.
And sleep till dawn.
What are you two talking about?
Peasant-like.
Watch your mouth, you impudent dog.
Or what? You'll smear it with that extra... But let's bicker no more.
My name is Henry.
Then sit, noble Enrico, and give your verdict on our dispute.
Oi, don't be shy.
It's Henry.
Ah, any tanner or bathhouse boy could be called Henry. Enrico is nobilissimo.
Oh my God.
Will you just tell me what...
It's just that my dear friend George here is a vulgar lapse who knows as much about the art of poetry as a baying donkey.
To tell the truth, my last encounter with verse didn't end...
Really? Come on, let...
Man to man.
Well, I wouldn't exactly say...
Sit.
So, are you going to tell me what you're talking...
It's about nothing less than the very essence of the art of poetry.
And also about the fact that Michael here hasn't got his oats for ages, and it's got his brain in a twist.
Kindly ignore our friend George here.
Yep.
He's been a simple soul ever since he was dropped on his head as a baby.
Freedom. I figure that poetry ain't to be found in inspiration from the muse. All the truth in the world is right there in ale, roast pig, and fucking.
To the point where fornication and drinking leave no time for actual composing. Better to forego the pleasures of the flesh and give oneself to art. Honorate l'altissima poeta.
Aye, aye. As I said, he's not in his right mind. He once met an Italian poet, and ever since he thinks he's Dante Alighieri.
Alighieri, you dolt. So what do you think, Enrico? Where should a poet seek inspiration?
I don't like Michael.
Why go looking for muses when the whole of God's green earth is filled with inspiration? Like George says, wine, women, and song. That's the only poetry you need.
I told you so. Let's drink to that. However you look at it, you, my friend, as a worldly...
and highborn.
Clever.
Experienced.
Intrepid.
Unique.
In short, just the right fella.
You might be able to help us out with something.
Oh no.
What are you after?
Enrico.
My name's Henry.
In short, Enrico, we're in need of an adventurer, a man of action, a man of goodwill, a man of knowledge, a man.
A fucking good fella.
A fellow who helps his fellow man. Aspiring minstrels.
If only you knew.
What did I get myself into?
Genius is sleeping in our throats. Songs just waiting for a voice to raise you to the heights of glory.
Imagine it. An ode to Henry, the hapless, hoe-wielding hero, harassing the heartless hordes of
humans?
That's it! Hark, Henry the Lionheart! The only thing missing for you to achieve glory is...
a loot! We need a loot!
All right, but where would I even get a thing like that?
In the words of the poet, una volta corre il cane, e una altra la lepre. He who seeks shall find, or something like that.
Feels like
Finding
that
it
power.
won't be hard. We've done a bit of snooping, and there's only one in these parts.
It's hanging all forlorn on a wall at the carpenters in Troskovitz.
Yeah, I know where that is.
The house direct.
It ain't no use to him, but he won't.
Well, if it were
in our hands, it will.
And it will be the torch lighting our way.
Torch?
It's
All right, I'll see what I can do.
God fucking damn it.
Certainly. Have no fear.
Don't be a coward.
Okay, so it just saved right there. All right, chat. We're gonna end it here for tonight. That way I don't have to use the savior schnapps. But again, we will continue this. We got Monster Hunter on Friday, so I hope you guys are looking forward to that. In the meantime, though, this week's gonna be pretty chill. I may record some more this week. We'll just have to see. Let me see who all's on tonight. Who all I can give love to. I am seeing Miss Ivy on. She's playing some Until Dawn, which is going to be an interesting one. Again, hope you guys enjoyed. I know we haven't gotten to play Kingdom Come Deliverance for a while, but I'm definitely enjoying it. It's a little bit difficult to figure out how to do stuff sometimes, and there's still a lot of things I don't know how to do, but there's still a lot of things that I actually do really like about this game. I think part of it is figuring it out is half the enjoyment. So again, thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for all the support. Don't forget, check me out on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and join the Discord, and I'll always be happy to see you there. Go give Miss Ivy my love, and have a good evening. Good night.